But you don't know when the flood control might be invited to
Recording in
answer.
progress.
No, I
Oh.
apologize. I'm not sure.
Who's that on?
Okay.
Who's that over the speaker?
We're going to get started for everybody in the room.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning to the public, and good morning to those who are in the gallery here. And today is our Planning Commission for County Santa Barbara. And what we do, as always, let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. We can face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Mr. Villalobos, if you could provide the TV coverage announcement.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and to everyone. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Should I move on to roll call?
Please.
Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Park.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
And Chair Martinez.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, so in regards to the agenda status report, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. In regards to the status of our agenda today, we have one item on our standard agenda, which is the 2023-2031 housing element rezone amendments. Staff is ready to present on that item for the Commission's consideration today. And I can move to the projection report if you'd like,
Please
Mr.
do.
Chair. So our next scheduled hearing is on April 1st, which is the upcoming Monday. That will be in Santa Barbara, and that is to continue the hearing from today. And then that is a special hearing, and then we have our regularly scheduled hearing on the following Wednesday, which is April 3rd, that we've reserved in case we need additional time on the housing element rezones. Moving to the next hearing, we were reviewing agendas yesterday and realized that we had double booked ourselves for April 10th. That week is budget workshop with the Board of Supervisors, and so we don't have CSB TV coverage available, being that is the same day they're having budget workshops. So we're recommending or requesting that the Planning Commission cancel the hearing on April 10th. And then those items, there were a number of items listed on April 10th. They will be moved to other hearings, hearing dates. So specifically, we had continued the energy element amendments to April 10th, and that will be moved to April 24th. And then they're looking for other dates for the appeal of El Capitan Canyon campground areas. So that is the request of today, is to cancel April 10th, and we'll reschedule those remaining items on there. And then
Okay, well, let me ask the commissioners then, since we're at that stage. So in regards to the April 10th, you've heard Mr. Wilson, and are we in agreement to cancel that date?
So moved.
All
Second.
okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Anyone against? Anyone abstain? Okay.
all right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move down the projection report. And then on April 24th, it's not shown yet, but we will add the energy element amendments to April 24th. And then there are already two items on there, a project on Hollister Avenue in Eastern Goleta Valley, and then a lot line adjustment in the San Ynez area on April 24th. That hearing is scheduled for Santa Barbara. And then beginning in May, we have one item on that agenda. May 1st is an outdoor cannabis cultivation in the Buellton area that's currently agendized for Santa Barbara. And then our May 8th hearing will be here in Santa Maria, and there are two items listed on that. We have the Orchid Community Park Sports Fields Lighting Project, and then we have a Eastern Goleta Valley single SFD project on that. And then continuing down, we have scheduled May 29th for another hearing on the agricultural enterprise ordinance. And then that is scheduled for Santa Barbara. And then June 5th is one item projected on that, an appeal in the Carpinteria area. Again, it's scheduled for Santa Barbara. And then June 12th is a general plan amendment and I believe it's a property line adjustment. It says a track parcel map on Arctic Cold Ag Industrial overlay, which is what's creating the general plan amendment. And that's on June 12th here in Santa Maria. So that's as far out as the projection report goes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And any commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Yes. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I in past years, occasionally planned travel that coincides with a meeting, and I want to just advise the commission and staff that that covers two prospective dates this spring, May 29 and June 5. The only one that is in the first district is on June 5. It's a homeowner appeal of a cannabis cultivation. And I would ask if it's possible, convenient, and not a problem for the applicants and appellants that hearing be moved to a different agenda. But with regard to May 29th, the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, I think that's unfortunate, but I would not be present for that, at least as plans are now in place. Thank you.
okay. Commissioners, any thoughts? So what you're asking is which date specifically again? Sorry.
June 5,
And how many things we have on that agenda there?
1. There is just one item in the first district. It's a appeal of a cannabis project.
And that is Commissioner Cooney's district, so that I would think that we'd want to move that one anyways. If you have any suggested dates, Mr. Wilson?
So, Mr. Chair, I make a note of Mr. Cooney's availability. Let me work with staff on rescheduling that, so when we come back, probably Monday, we'll be able to report on being able to move that and the date that we can move that. So I'll notify staff of that hearing date and request it to be moved.
Okay. And commissioners, any other commissioners have any comments regarding the future? Okay. And so let's move on to the, sorry, get me the word there. Public comment. I will say, though, before we even join the public comment, the correction would be in regards to 4th District. It is no longer Mr. Farini. It is Mr. Reed. So, just so public comment is a period of time in which the public has the opportunity to provide any comments regarding matters that are not on today's agenda. And I don't know if anyone, I have seen no speaker slips in front of me, and I don't know if anyone's that's on Zoom. Mr. Villalobos?
We do have 2 hands up, so just keep them up if you'd like to speak during general public comment. If you're here to speak on the housing element, lower your hand. Okay, so we'll start with Diana Sandoval.
Okay, Ms. Sandoval, so you know that there's a limitation in the time-wise as to 3 minutes in regards to your comments, and the time is kept here. Thank you. If you could announce yourself. Hello? Is she on or?
Ms. Sandoval, whenever you're ready. Let's come back to Ms. Sandoval. So our other speaker is joining us by telephone. Hit star 9 on your phone to unmute yourself. Okay, so just moving on. Mary Ellen Brooks. Please unmute yourself.
Okay.
So we,
Unmute. Yes, can you hear me?
yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank
Could you
you.
please-
Good morning.
Could
I'm
you please
here.
could you please start with stating your name, though, please, to make sure we have that for the record straight
Oh,
away?
okay. Yes. Thank you. My name is Mary Ellen Brooks. Today I'm speaking as a resident of Vandenberg Village, and my topic is a notice availability for a neg deck on the Sentinel Peak Resource Truck Rack Project. I guess I'm here asking for advice. I have the notice of availability in my hand and I'm reading it. This is for a crude oil truck loading rack, and that is the name of the negative deck, just Resources Truck Rack Project. In the next sentence, it says, the reason is to transport crude oil to Coalinga, California by way of an average of 6 tanker truck trips per day for approximately 50 years. Comments on the negative deck are due this Friday. It says this is a non-complex project. No separate environmental hearing will be held. I'm going to read the purpose of the project is to transport crude oil for an average of 6 commercial tanker trucks per day for 50 years or until a pipeline becomes available. This is necessary because of the unavailability of the Phillips 66 line 300. Later on, it talks about the 165-mile route starting at Harris Grade Road, driving through 2 residential communities, Vandenberg Village and Mesa Oaks, Mission Hills. I found 1 paragraph of a traffic analysis in the negative declaration. Further on, staff has decided the project does not require the preparation of an EIR. There are significant but mitigable effects on hazardous materials, risk of upset. The public only has until this Friday at 5 p.m. to comment on this. It says that the will be signed off on a director level land use permit. There will be no public hearing on this. My concern and my questions is how can a project that is proposing 2,000 oil tankers up and down Harris Grade Road not merit further environmental review? And so if somebody could contact me on that, I have spoken to several people, and I'm told all they need is a land use permit, and our comments need to be in on Friday. And if it's signed off on the desk, then we can appeal it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sandoval, are you with us still?
Hi, yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. Excellent. Chair, Commissioners, I'm joining today
I'm sorry,
to
could you
discuss
please state your full name for the record, though, please? Just start with your full name.
Diana Sandoval.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diana Sandoval. So, Chair and Commissioners, I'm joining today to discuss a serious public safety concern regarding an unsafe bridge. This bridge was the subject of a lawsuit in 2018 when a pedestrian fell through the dilapidated bridge. In 2022, the bridge was being rebuilt, and Building and Safety issued a stop work notice and determined that permits were required to repair the bridge. Despite knowing all this, last week, under Ms. Plowman's watch, SB County Building and Safety allowed the construction to continue without permits, and actually fast-tracked changing the violation status from processing to abated without a site visit, and again, no permits. My emails to Ms. Plowman have gone unanswered. My question is, how can a violation due to safety issues be considered abated without a proper permitting process to guarantee the bridge's safety. This situation demands immediate action. I urge the Commission to immediately, 1, halt construction, 2, a full investigation into why permits are being bypassed in this case, and 3, enforce and ensure all necessary permits are obtained. The rebuilding of this unsafe bridge should be done with proper oversight and adherence to safety regulations. I'm happy to provide any additional information I have, including emails with the county and multiple structural engineer reports noting that the bridge is unsafe for pedestrians and motorists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sandoval. Anyone else left on? Okay. So no one else is left on Zoom, so we have a request for a public speaker by Ernie Martinez. Ernie Martinez, this is your opportunity. And yes, please do that. And when you start speaking, announce your name, and you have that time clock right up there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ernie Martinez, and I reside in the Orchid area, Village Hills area. And our concerns with, we can't stop development. Growth is going to happen. But the more and more growth that develops in the Orchid area, what's known as Bradley Road, we call it Bradley Drag Strip. Any time of the day, usually at night, you'll see people doing 75, 80 miles an hour, doing burnouts. There's no stop sign for probably from Union Valley to Clark Avenue, or excuse me, Patterson. That's a large straight strip there, and man, it's something everybody seems to think it's a drag strip. And secondly, when all this happens in increased traffic, the noise is horrendous. I'd like to recommend that we build a sound wall at the catch basin there between Village Drive and Woodmire. There was one constructed adjacent across the street from that new housing development. I wish they could build one on the east side of that street in that area. And then jobs. We're talking about redeveloping, rezoning areas for more homes. Where's the jobs? Where are the people going to work? I suggest let's bring jobs first and have I'd rather see a shortage of manpower than a shortage of jobs. So please forgive me, I'm a little nervous. I'm not accustomed to public speaking. But those issues also are exacerbated by the deterioration of the roads. You can drive anywhere in Orchid and you'll see our roads are horrendous. You would think we live in a third world country. I think we should talk about improving roads before we increase traffic. And lastly, I believe that before a board makes a final decision on whichever zone it may be, I suggest the board a compromise of 3 citizens that live in the affected area and 2 board members. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all our public comments. Let's move on to the Planning Commissioner's informational reports. And Commissioners, does anyone have any informational reports they'd like to provide? I see no one's lights blinking, so then we'll move on to the minutes of March 6th and March 13th for consideration and approval. Commissioner Part.
You know, just to prove that I do read the minutes, once a year I'll comment, which probably doesn't really prove it. But if you look at the very first sentence of March 6, it refers to chair and combines some names, kind of merges the 4th and 5th districts. And I would recommend that be changed.
I think that you stole Mr. Cooney's correction.
No, he'll have a missing semicolon or something in the 3rd page, but.
Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair, I would just move approval of these minutes subject to the amendment of the first sentence on page 1.
Okay. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Reed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone against? Any abstain? Okay. So those will be the approval of the March 6th and March 13th. I was just going to make a comment about silencing your cell phones.
Sorry. And it's the minions. It's my fun nature. I'm sorry, you guys. Yeah.
What's your husband think?
Isn't that great? It made everybody laugh. Okay. Sorry. Minions, I love them.
So we're moving to the director's report, and
That's me.
that's right.
Hold on one second. Let me get my notes up. I have a short report this morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I guess I will report, and most of you were there, that the Board of Supervisors had their workshop where the development community presented their concepts, and that was held on the 19th of March in the Planning Commission chambers in Santa Barbara. And also a component was held in these chambers here for the North County sites. I thought it was successful and that the board members and the commissioners that had a chance to attend that were able to hear some of the ideas that the development community had, and some of the how they met the criteria that the board had laid out in January of things that they'll be looking for when they're considering rezones. Subsequent to that, the board had requested, well, actually at the workshop, the board requested that letters of intent be submitted. And so many have been. I think for almost all the sites, we have seen some letter come in talking about the things that they had presented and things that they have made changed since that presentation. And some developers did make some changes. So we will cover those today. But so that was completed. As you know, today we're having our first hearing on the rezones for the housing element. It's been long awaited. And then we will, as Mr. Wilson said, reconvene on Monday the 1st. And then the other thing I have to report on is the future board items, and that's the long-range work program is going on April 2nd. The child care facilities ordinance amendment package is coming back with changes from the Coastal Commission and going to the board also on the 2nd with some tweaks there. The cannabis odor monitoring item is going to be at the board on the 23rd of April, and that's something that the board requested when the CEO presented on their quarterly report. And so our team and the CEO's team is working together to present data on that, on odor and odor compliance and challenges and successes we've had. And then the housing element rezones will be heard by the board on April 30th and May 3rd. Those are two special hearings in the final week of April and beginning of May. And then the Music Academy appeal will be heard by the board on the 7th of May. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Park?
I wanted to tell you that I have heard from anyone and everyone that attended or watched the workshop that it was really, really useful, really effective, really helpful. I heard that from every member of the Board of Supervisors, every member of the Planning Commission that watched it. And so I was very proud of staff for organizing something like that, for the board for asking for it, but also the people in the audience, for the folks that made presentations. I couldn't imagine how you could make a presentation in 10 minutes, but they all did a great job. So it was really a positive thing. Moving on, though, you mentioned cannabis, odor, monitoring, compliance. Did I get all the words in the right?
That works.
Okay, that works. And so that's not going to come in front of the Planning Commission?
It was an item that was requested directly by the board through the CEO's office. So it will not be coming to the Planning Commission, but you are certainly more than welcome to watch the hearing and get a copy of the board agenda letter.
Because sometimes it's not clear to me why some matters go directly to the board and some don't.
I think this was because it was a direct request by the board, and they did not ask that we take it through the commission, and it's not an item that requires commission recommendations or action. It's
I
just
did want to
informational.
compliment whoever made the determination that the rooster ordinance not go to the planning commission. But that's another story. Okay.
If something comes out of this meeting, and I expect that a majority of the board will be asking for some type of action in the future, I think those actions, if it has anything to do with the Land Use and Development Code or Article 2, those actions would come before the commission.
And finally, you've referred several times in director's reports to the Music Academy appeal. And I don't have any recollection of what that is. Was that something in front of the planning commission?
It was it was revisions to their conditional use permit, but it was at the MPC.
Oh, okay. That figures.
You should be just as happy that.
I'm
didn't
very
come to
happy.
us.
Yeah, that's why you don't recall it.
It's probably like the rooster ordinance, really.
I'm very happy about that.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I
Bradley?
just had a really quick question. On the cannabis, well, what was the date of that, the cannabis monitoring?
The 23rd of April.
Okay. I've had a lot of input from Dr. Cram, who's a odor specialist, so maybe I can just follow up with you or Gwen. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other? Looks like none. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to move into our standard agenda. And housing element rezone amendments. Mr. Villalobos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department for the County Planning Commission to consider making recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding adoption of the 2023 to 2031 Housing Element Update Rezone Amendments to implement programs 1, 2, and 3 of Chapter 5 of the 2023 to 2031 Housing Element Update, and to include case numbers 24 GPA 3, 5, and 4, 24 RZN 1, 2, and 24 ORD 7 and 8, as well as to recommend that the Board of Supervisors make the required CEQA findings and approve the statement of overriding considerations and certify the program environmental impact report, case number 23 EIR 4, pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to start obviously with staff in regards to the comments and regarding these matters. I know that there's a lot of concern regarding the ability to present the respective proposals from those developers. What I'm going to do is I'm going to still limit it to 3 minutes, and there will still be opportunity to answer any questions from the commissioners. I think that's probably help things move in the direction where we're trying to accomplish finding these extra units that we got to find here. And so let's do that. And I just wanted to give at least an update to those developers out there of the plan. I know it's hard. You probably got a project where you want 10 minutes, but well, let's do 3. Staff.
Mr. Chair?
yes.
We have a letter on our dais, looks like maybe a late submittal is a letter of intent. Did you want to take that in now or vote on it, or what are we doing this?
Okay, well, this is a letter of intent that was just presented on yesterday, I take it. Is this something that, Mr. Villalobos?
So, Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, so today's hearing is considered a legislative item, so the commission's rules regarding submittal of public comment letters technically does not apply. Okay. However, so that does not help it be read by the commission, however. So, but it was provided as it might come up during public comment today.
I was just going to say that I would support accepting it because the applicants had to turn these around in fairly quick order. So anyway, we can choose to read it or not. Thank you for that clarification.
And so, Mr. Chair, before we go to staff presentation, I just want to make an announcement regarding, for those who are watching from home. So we are apparently having some audio issues for those watching the hearing through the county's website, Granicus. They are aware of the issue. Our staff and are working on it. For the moment, the YouTube stream is working fine. So for those who are on the county's website streaming, I would switch over to the YouTube stream while that matter is working to be resolved.
And I just recalled right now from my, I had a quick conversation with county council beforehand that I think it would still be a good opportunity. Well, actually, this is an opportunity. No, let me strike that. Any ex parte communications by the commissioners with any developers and so forth regarding what we have before the board, this is a time to disclose those. So, commissioners, if you had any ex parte communications, we're going to disclose those. Commissioner Reed.
Yes, I had discussions regarding the Van Winter Garden and the Glen Annie, regarding Richards Ranch, regarding San Marcos Growers. Yes.
Commissioner Bridley.
Well, I'm going back in the memory bank. I forgot to prepare this. I've had discussions with applicants and members of the public concerning Glen Annie, San Marcos Growers, St. Athanasius, Montessori site, Tatum, Caird, and about 3 members of the public who were participating in reviewing those during the process, too. I think that's it.
And Commissioner Park.
So I'm a little confused. This is over what period of time, like in the last week or ever?
Well, I would probably say ever.
Ever. Okay. I've had meetings and communications with the Glen Annie Golf Course developers, with the San Marcos Growers, with Caird, and I can't remember. And multiple members of the public. I mean, I attended a workshop thing at Dos Pueblos High School. I talked about 50 people. And I've also had conversations with the Shumash Band, San Ynez, on there's a parcel in San Ynez. This will keep coming to me all day.
That'll be fine. With that, I'll accept that. Okay, so I see nothing from Commissioner Cooney.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would, like my fellow commissioners, I've had conversations with various parties interested, and in that respect, they were prior to the workshop that most of us attended, and many of the proponents of various sites attended. But just in the last 2 days, I would mention 2 Zoom calls I had. The first from Amy Steinfeld as the applicant's attorney, and those that I noted were the proponents for project San Marcos Growers. Yeah, San Marcos Growers. Several members of the proponents spoke by Zoom: Brett Hodges, Sharon Bradford, and Ms. Steinfeld. The other was 2 sites in the 1st District proposed by the Van Wingerden family, and Alex Van Wingerden was present on that call with their staff. So those are the only 2 I think are particularly, both in South County. I'm not even sure we'll get to them today, but if we don't, and there's time before the next hearing, I'll add to the disclosures.
And thank you, commissioners. As for myself, I have not had, well, I had one ex parte communication with Jane Joseph regarding a local development here in Orchid, and other than that, just the letters and the emails that came in. So let's move over to staff then. Oh, please.
Mr. Chair, this item has been a long time coming to the PC. We've been working for about 2 years on the housing element. This is the second step in the housing element process. The Planning Commission recommended adoption by the board. That was done in December of last year. And we are now on the final phase of the housing element process, which is the rezoning. It's been quite a journey so far, and I look forward to the hearing today, and the staff has been working quite hard on the presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to I'm going to explain who we have here. We have Alex Tuttle, our Deputy Director. We have Alan Bell, our Supervising Planner. Eva Marrero is one of our planners. Jesse Steele, one of our planners. And then Hannah Pullen is remote and one of the planners working on the project. And they've done an incredible amount of work, and I'm very proud of them, and I want to congratulate them for getting to this date. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bell.
And good morning, and we have prepared a presentation where we're going to kind of guide you through some of the points that we made in the staff report, kind of introducing you to the topic, talking about some of the factors you should keep in mind as we go through the process of nominating sites. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Steele Blossom, who will begin the presentation. And we'll have participation from Hannah Thomas as well when we get to the environmental impact report, and then Eva will help us out with some of the actual calculations and such. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jessie Steele Blossom, and we'll go ahead and get started. As Ms. Plowman mentioned, the county's housing element update process consists of 2 principal steps. There we go. Is that a little better? Sorry about that. The county's housing element update process consists of 2 principal steps. Step 1 is to adopt the 2023-2031 housing element update, and step 2 is to adopt the rezone sites and county-owned sites that are necessary to accommodate the county's share of regional housing needs, or the RHNA, plus a 15% buffer for the lower and moderate income levels. On December 5th, 2023, the Board of Supervisors adopted the housing element update, thus completing step 1. The county submitted the adopted element to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or State HCD, for final review. And on January 22nd of this year, State HCD notified the county that the housing element update was in substantial compliance with state housing element law. The County Planning Commission must now make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors to help complete step 2 by selecting rezone sites and county-owned sites to accommodate the RHNA plus the 15% buffer for lower and moderate income levels. Selecting these sites will also require the Commission to recommend adoption of comprehensive plan amendments to implement programs 1, 2, and 3 of the housing element update. The Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, specifies how many new homes and the affordability of those homes that the county must accommodate during a housing element planning period. The county's 2023 to 2031 RHNA totals 5,664 new units for the unincorporated county. These units fall into 4 income levels: very low, low, moderate, and above moderate, and they fall into 2 subregions, the North County and the South Coast. For purposes of the housing element update and our presentation, lower income includes both the very low and low income levels. No net loss law is a state law that requires the county to identify and rezone additional sites within 180 days if, at any time throughout the planning period, the county lacks sufficient sites to meet its RHNA for any income level. For example, this could happen if housing developments build out with lower levels of affordable units than what was anticipated in the housing element. To help avoid additional rezones mid-cycle, the county added a 15% buffer to the lower and moderate income RHNA. There is no buffer for the above moderate income level because the county has a surplus of land that is zoned to accommodate above moderate income housing. The housing element update includes a sites inventory, which examines the county's current capacity under existing zoning to accommodate the RHNA plus the buffer. The sites inventory includes vacant sites under existing zoning, projected accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, and pending projects. The results of the sites inventory show that the county lacks sufficient capacity to accommodate its RHNA for the lower income unit level in the North County and lower and moderate income units in the South Coast. As a result, the county must rezone sites and select county-owned sites to close this gap and accommodate the RENA plus the buffer. This slide here shows the county's South Coast RENA and current capacity by income level. And if you look at the red cells on the bottom, you can see the county has a shortage of nearly 1,700 lower income units and 860 moderate income units in the South Coast. The county also has a shortage of 478 lower income units in the North County, as shown in the bottom row on this table. State law and Program 1 of the Housing Element Update required that the county accommodate its shortfall of lower and moderate income units. Program 1 also requires that the county accommodate the 15% buffer. As mentioned previously, the county will accommodate the RENA plus the buffer through a combination of rezone sites and housing development on county-owned sites. The Housing Element Update identifies more potential rezone sites and county-owned sites than are necessary to accommodate the RENA plus the buffer. Therefore, the County Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors have some flexibility in selecting sites. There are many factors that the Planning Commission should consider as it formulates its site recommendations to the board. We'll review these factors over the next few slides. So first up, we have affordability assumptions. The Housing Element Update provides different affordability assumptions for the South Coast and the North County. Housing costs are higher on the South Coast, so the county assumed that potential rezone sites in the South Coast would result in fewer lower income units. With 3 exceptions, the Housing Element Update applies a 50-25-25 methodology to all South Coast rezone sites, meaning it assumes that sites will develop with 50% lower, 25% moderate, and 25% above moderate income units. The 3 exceptions affect Glen Annie, Georgie, and San Marcos growers. State HCD set a maximum of 300 lower income units for both Georgie and Glen Annie because of their large size and a few other factors. San Marcos growers submitted a builder's remedy application before the Housing Element Update was adopted, so the county is using the number of units from their application. As a result of these affordability assumptions, more rezone sites will be needed to accommodate the South Coast RENA than compared to the North County RENA. There we go. In the North County, the county assumed that housing projects on potential rezone sites would result in 65, 70, or 75% lower income units, depending on the zone density. The table on this slide shows the breakdown. So as you can see, the percentage of lower income units increases with the density, while the percentage of moderate income units remains the same, and above moderate income units decrease. At the highest density, the county assumes the North County rezone sites will develop with 75% lower, 25% moderate, and 0 above moderate income units. State law requires that the county apply a minimum residential density of at least 20 units per acre to all rezone sites that are used to accommodate the lower income RENA. The county will apply a maximum density to these sites as well to set an upper limit for housing projects. In total, the county will add 3 new zoning designations to its zoning ordinances that set minimum and maximum densities. Those zones are Design Residential, or DR 2025, 2030, and DR 3040. I'd like to point out that the staff report incorrectly lists the second new zone as being DR 2530, but it actually is DR 2030. So for example, the DR 2030 zone sets a minimum density of 20 units per acre and a maximum of 30 units per acre. It's also important to note that increasing the minimum density would increase the certainty that sites will develop with a certain number of units. And decreasing the minimum would mean that the county will need to select more rezone sites to meet its RENA. Increasing the maximum density could impact the analyses of the Program Environmental Impact Report, or Program EIR, which we'll talk more about later. On January 9th, 2024, the Board of Supervisors held a public hearing to discuss criteria and priorities for selecting potential rezone sites. The board recommended the criteria that are listed on this slide in no particular order, and they include the following. Projects that include low, moderate, and upper moderate income housing, including projects that provide more than just the bare minimum number of affordable units. And in this case, upper moderate means that the housing would be for households earning 120 to 200% of the area median income. The board would also like to prioritize projects where developers partner with a housing nonprofit or the county housing authority to help achieve the county's affordability targets, or that the developers donate a portion of their land to a nonprofit to develop the deed restricted units for an extended period of time. They would also like to prioritize projects that partner with employers or otherwise serve the local workforce through master leases, right of first offer, or other innovative ideas. Projects that conform to the respective community plan would also be prioritized. Projects that include on-site recreational amenities or community spaces, including the potential for sports fields. Projects that forego builder's remedy and seek a rezone instead. Projects that are located along travel corridors where jobs are located and provide some mixed-use development. Projects that include a mix of both for sale and rental units. Projects that provide affordable units that are price restricted for an extended period of time. And lastly, pending projects that require a rezone to facilitate the development of lower and moderate income housing. State law and Program 1 of the Housing Element Update require that the county permit development on qualifying rezone sites with for sale and multifamily rental housing projects as a use by right if they are zoned at a density of at least 20 units per acre and provide at least 20% of the units as affordable to lower income households. As defined in state law, use by right means that the housing project is not subject to discretionary review or approval or environmental review under CEQA. Projects that include a subdivision or other discretionary requests would not qualify for use by right. The county must amend its zoning ordinances to include these use by right provisions. Attachment C Exhibits 4 and 7 of the staff report include the amendments to the County Land Use and Development Code and Coastal Zoning Ordinance, respectively. Program 2 of the Housing Element Update also permits certain housing projects as a use by right. But for this program, sites are subject to use by right if they are either a non-vacant site that was identified in a prior housing element or a vacant site that was identified in 2 or more consecutive housing elements. There are 2 sites that qualify for use by right under Program 2. First is Price Ranch in Los Alamos, which is a non-vacant site, and then Key Site 10 in Orchid, which is vacant. In order to count units on these sites toward the county's lower income RENA, the county must rezone the sites with a density of at least 20 units per acre. Program 2 requires that the county amend its zoning ordinances to include these requirements. So again, those amendments are included as Attachment C, Exhibits 4 and 7 of the staff report. Government Code Section 65589.5, subsection D5, which is better known as Builder's Remedy, is a specific part of the State Housing Accountability Act. This provision restricts the authority of cities and counties that have not adopted a housing element that complies with state law by the state-mandated deadline. In part, Builder's Remedy prevents such jurisdictions from denying or placing overly restrictive conditions on qualifying housing projects if they include 20% lower income units, even when those projects do not comply with the jurisdiction's general plan or zoning ordinance. For example, a jurisdiction may not deny an eligible multifamily housing project solely because it is proposed in a zone that prohibits multifamily dwellings, like an agricultural zone. However, Builder's Remedy projects remain subject to objective policies, development standards, and conditions. After the county released its draft housing element update, it received 15 applications for Builder's Remedy projects, which are summarized in Attachment 8 of the staff report. These applications include 4 potential rezone sites, 2 pending projects, and 9 other sites that were not included in the housing element update. The 4 potential rezone sites that are invoking Builder's Remedy are San Marcos Growers, Georgie, Montessori, and Key Site 26. If the county identifies and rezones sufficient other sites to accommodate its lower income RENA, then the county would not need to rezone these Builder's Remedy sites. However, if these sites were rezoned, the county would be able to apply more objective standards, such as standards that help with site design, like open space and landscaping, than it would otherwise be able to do under Builder's Remedy. Additionally, rezoning these sites is necessary if the county wants to count those units toward its lower income RENA. The 2 pending projects with Builder's Remedy applications, Baylord and Tatum, are located on sites that are inconsistent with current zoning, but nonetheless, builder's remedy requires that the county approve them with or without rezones. Therefore, the county may, but is not required to, rezone these sites since they are included in the site's inventory as pending projects and they were analyzed in the program EIR. In a similar vein to the rezone sites, it may be beneficial to rezone these two pending projects so that the county can apply more objective standards. Furthermore, Baylord and Tatum have stated that they would withdraw their builder's remedy applications and change their projects to include more affordable units if the county were to rezone them. There are also 9 sites with builder's remedy applications that were not included in the site's inventory or other sections of the housing element, and they were not analyzed in the program EIR. As a result, the county cannot rezone or rely on these sites to implement Program 1 and accommodate its RENA. However, the county may count units on these sites toward its RENA as they develop in the future. Rezoning sites to accommodate the county's RENA plus the 15% buffer requires amending the text and maps of various parts of the comprehensive plan, including the land use element, circulation element, coastal land use plan, various community plans, and the zoning ordinances. Final changes will depend on which specific sites are selected for rezoning. Programs 1, 2, and 3 also require that the county add additional standards to the zoning ordinances for certain types of housing projects. So we'll briefly review all of these rezone-related amendments. And if you'd like more information, Section 5.7 of the staff report describes all of the amendments in more detail. So first we'll talk about minimum and maximum densities. Because the county is amending the zoning designation of rezone sites to include now a minimum and a maximum density, the county must also amend the underlying land use designations in the same manner so that both designations are consistent with one another. The new zoning and corresponding land use designations are listed on this slide. Changing the land use designation requires amendments to the text and maps of the land use element, which are included as Attachment C, Exhibit 1 of the staff report. Staff is also proposing to add a provision to the zoning ordinances that would allow applicants of rezone sites to propose a density that is lower than the minimum density. This would only be allowed in circumstances in which physical, environmental, or infrastructure constraints exist, and there is no feasible method to mitigate or avoid those constraints without rendering the housing project financially infeasible for lower and moderate income housing. For example, if a project cannot obtain enough water to build the minimum number of units, then the developer must demonstrate, based upon a preponderance of evidence in the record, that sufficient water is not available. All rezone sites must be located within the urban area in order to accommodate high-density residential development. 4 potential rezone sites are currently located within the rural area, and rezoning them would require amendments to the land use element's rural region maps in order to expand existing or create new urban areas. These sites include Glen Annie, Van Wingerden 1 and Van Wingerden 2, and Baylord. Though these sites are located within the rural area, they do adjoin existing residential neighborhoods or urban areas, thus making them logical extensions of the urban area. For example, Glen Annie adjoins the city of Goleta, and Van Wingerden 1 adjoins the city of Carpinteria. Van Wingerden 2 also abuts an existing urban area, and Baylord is located within a designated rural neighborhood. The county is also proposing to amend the urban-rural boundary to include the parcel that is just west of Baylord, as shown on this diagram here. Both Baylord and its western neighbor, which is a 2.5-acre parcel, are located within the Monte Vista Lomita Lane rural neighborhood in the coastal zone. If the Board of Supervisors decide to rezone Baylord, staff recommends that they also redesignate the site as an urban area, since again, the coastal zoning ordinance only allows high-density residential development in the urban area, not in the rural area or rural neighborhood. This change would create a rural neighborhood that consists of just one parcel, that 2.5-acre western parcel, and it would be isolated from the rest of the existing rural neighborhood. This creates an inconsistency with the coastal land use plan, which defines a rural neighborhood as a neighborhood area and not just an individual parcel. So to ensure consistency with the coastal land use plan, staff recommends removing the 2.5-acre parcel from the rural neighborhood and redesignating both it and Baylord as a new urban area. The amendments to the rural region maps that would effectuate these urban-rural boundary changes can be found in Attachment C, Exhibits 1A and 5 of the staff report. Staff is also proposing a new Parks and Recreation policy in the land use element that would apply to future development. This policy would require the incorporation of connections for public use with or between existing bikeways, pedestrian routes, and other trail infrastructure where applicable. This policy will promote healthy communities by increasing the walkability, multimodal transportation, neighborhood connectivity to and between commercial services, and public recreational opportunities. This policy would also complement other Parks and Rec policies in the land use element and mitigation measures identified in the program EIR that reduce vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. This policy can be found in Attachment C, Exhibit 1A of the staff report. 6 of the potential rezone sites in the North County are also key sites that are described in the Orchid Community Plan. These sites include key sites 1, 3, 10, 11, 16, and 26. If the Board of Supervisors selects these sites for rezoning, certain policies will need to be updated to reflect the new zoning and land use designations. And certain figures that include zoning or land use information will also need to be updated. Attachment C, Exhibit 1B, includes these Orchid Community Plan amendments. As mentioned earlier, Programs 1 and 2 of the Housing Element Update direct the county to amend the zoning ordinances to include use by right provisions. Accordingly, staff has included these amendments in Attachment C, Exhibits 4 and 7. Within these amendments, staff also included replacement housing provisions to implement Program 3. In short, these provisions require that existing or previously demolished housing units be replaced on sites that utilize use by right. State housing element law mandates that cities and counties conduct robust public participation programs throughout the housing element planning process. So over the past 2 years, the county has targeted all segments of the community, including residents, employers, and the public and private sectors. Outreach efforts are listed here on this slide, and they include maintaining housing element web pages in both English and Spanish, conducting stakeholder meetings and presenting the potential rezones to community groups, hosting 3 public workshops in both the North and South County, conducting a scoping hearing and 2 additional hearings in the North and South County for the program EIR, releasing the draft housing element update for a public review period in which it received 509 comments, releasing the draft program EIR for public review, in which it received over 100 comments, posting an interactive map of potential rezone sites, county-owned sites, and pending projects online, posting the Balancing Act housing simulations for public use, and presenting the draft housing element update and potential rezones to the Board of Supervisors at various stages in their development. And now I'll turn it over to Ms. Hannah Thomas, the Program EIR Manager, to discuss environmental review, and she will be participating virtually.
Thank you, Jessie. Hello, Commissioners. I will now provide an overview of the Housing Element Update Program EIR. I will introduce the Program EIR, the Program EIR methodology, a summary of the Program EIR's impacts and mitigation measures, the project alternatives, and the statement of overriding considerations. Next slide, please. The program EIR analyzes the potential impacts associated with the implementation of the Housing Element Update, also known as the project, goals, policies, and programs, including the potential rezone program. The program EIR analyzes the project at a programmatic level. Therefore, the program EIR does not provide site-specific or project-specific analyses. Instead, the program EIR provides examples of potential rezone sites that may result in environmental impacts, if selected, for specific resource areas. A program-level analysis is appropriate for the project because a program EIR is typically prepared for land use plans and policy documents affecting a large area. Nevertheless, some sites may be subject to future environmental review. Next slide, please. The program EIR analyzes a worst-case scenario. Specifically, the EIR analyzes the maximum potential build-out capacity scenario of all 36 potential rezone sites and other housing site categories identified in the housing element. Sites selected for rezone under the housing element update must include a minimum and maximum density, as Jesse described. The program ER analyzes the worst case assumption that all rezone sites would develop at the maximum density. The ER also assumes that eligible housing projects would use the state density bonus law to increase the number of units beyond those allowed by the proposed maximum density. The county identified more sites than necessary to meet the RENA plus the 15% buffer for Board of Supervisor flexibility in site selection. Therefore, impacts will be less than projected in the program ER after site selection is completed under Program 1 of the Housing Element Update, which directs the selection and adoption of potential rezone in county-owned sites. Next slide, please. The program ER analyzes 16 environmental resource areas. Of these, 11 were determined to have significant and unavoidable impacts, as shown in the table here. Aesthetics and visual resources, agricultural resources, air quality, biological resources, hydrology and water quality, land use and planning, population and housing, public services and recreation, transportation, utilities and water supply, and finally wildfire. The program ER identifies 26 feasible mitigation measures to reduce the severity of impacts to the greatest extent possible. Nevertheless, impacts remain significant and unavoidable for the resource areas shown in this table. Next slide, please. The program ER analyzes 5 alternatives. Under the no project alternative, the county would not implement the housing element update and would not achieve the state mandated 2023-2031 RENA. This alternative is not feasible as it is inconsistent with state housing and general plan laws that mandate the implementation of a housing element. The Sustainable Community Strategy alternative assesses the impact of relocating housing capacity to rezone sites that are within the South Coast and the Santa Maria Valley, in particular sites that are within the county's high-quality transit corridor in the South Coast, and removing housing sites that cause significant impacts on vehicle miles traveled. The 3 reduced project alternatives, reduced project A, B, and C, would implement all of the same components of the proposed project, but analyze fewer sites for rezoning while meeting the county's RENA plus the 15% buffer. The program ER analyzed the alternatives and selected the environmentally superior alternative as required by CEQA, which is reduced project A, given it reduced the relative severity of significant unavoidable impacts to the greatest extent of the 4 feasible alternatives. Nonetheless, impacts remain significant and unavoidable under the reduced project A alternative, as well as the other 3 feasible alternatives. As described in the staff report, Attachment A, Findings, the project is preferable to the alternatives. The adopted project will more closely resemble the impacts of a reduced project alternative following Board of Supervisors' selection of rezone sites with lower build-out potential than what was evaluated in the program ER. Next slide, please. As described in the previous 2 slides, the project and 4 feasible alternatives would result in significant and unavoidable environmental impacts. CEQA requires the board approve a statement of overriding consideration, also known as an SOC, for the approval of a project that has a significant and unavoidable environmental impact. The SOC must document how the project's legal, social, and economic and environmental benefits outweigh the significant and unavoidable environmental impacts. Legal benefits include accommodating the county's 2031 RENA and programs 1 and 2, as well as implementing the housing element updates, other 23 programs as required by state housing law. These actions will help ensure that the housing element remains in substantial compliance with state housing law and as a result avoids significant legal and financial penalties. Social and economic benefits. The project's goals, policies, and programs including the rezone program will boost housing production throughout the unincorporated county. The requirement for significantly more housing in the South Coast targets the portion of the unincorporated county with the greatest housing needs. Environmental benefits. A large number of workers commute long distances to job sites on the South Coast. This increases fuel consumption and consequently generates greenhouse gas emissions, reduces air quality, and contributes to climate change. To address this, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation Plan requires 74% of the county's RENA to be developed in the South Coast. Therefore, new housing opportunities on the South Coast will reduce these worker commuter trips. Therefore, the legal, social, and economic and environmental benefits of the project outweigh the significant and unavoidable environmental impacts on the 11 resource areas, and the adverse environmental effects may be considered acceptable. Now I will hand the presentation back to Ms. Jessie Steele Blossom to discuss comprehensive plan consistency.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. Staff reviewed the housing element update rezone amendments for consistency with applicable policies of the comprehensive plan, including the coastal land use plan and applicable community plans. Attachment I of the staff report presents the policy consistency analysis. This analysis includes a table that lists all of the applicable policies by topic area, such as aesthetics, biological resources, and transportation. And the table includes a description of how the rezone amendments comply with each of those policies. Staff concluded that the housing element update rezone amendments are generally consistent with the comprehensive plan. One notable exception is the circulation element. The circulation element identifies capacities, called levels of service or LOS, that are considered acceptable for normal operations for different roadways and intersections. However, these LOS standards could represent a significant constraint to housing projects and the county's obligation to meet its RHNA and remove barriers to housing development. Staff anticipates that some projects enabled by the rezones would result in some roadways and intersections operating below current LOS standards, and improvements that would be necessary to fully offset a project's impacts to those roadways or intersections may render the projects infeasible. To help alleviate this constraint, staff is proposing to amend the circulation element to add an exemption from LOS standards for qualifying projects on housing sites that are relied upon to meet the county's RHNA. This exemption also clarifies that projects must still implement roadway and intersection improvements to address effects in LOS, as determined acceptable by the County Public Works Department. This exemption can be found in Attachment C, Exhibit 2 of the staff report. So today, the County Planning Commission will review North County potential rezone sites, and then time permitting, the Commission will also begin reviewing South Coast sites. On Monday, April 1st, the Planning Commission will consider all of the South Coast potential rezone sites. Following these Planning Commission hearings, the Board of Supervisors will hold 2 special hearings, as mentioned earlier, and they will be on April 30th and May 3rd, in which the Board will consider adoption of all of the rezone amendments and select the final list of rezone sites and county-owned sites. Upon adoption, staff will submit the adopted amendments to State HCD to demonstrate compliance with the rezoning requirements that are set forth in State Housing Element Law and the Housing Element Update. Okay, I'm going to pause here. Before we start reviewing the individual North County sites, I wanted to see if the Commission had any questions on the material we just covered.
Commissioner Briley?
It's a lot to unpack. I mean, there's so many implications to everything, every page that you had in there. I had a really great session with staff, but I still have questions. So first of all, I want to really commend staff. Like I said, there's a lot to unpack. And anyone who's done land planning in this county realizes how key this is for a long time, but it's complicated. So just going through your slides, Ms. Steele Blossom, on slide 4, this is the one that talks about no net loss and the state's ability to trigger additional upzones. What is the timing on that exactly? I mean, is it every 6 months that we have to report to them and then they tell you you haven't done enough and you have to upzone by a certain time, or do we have a sense of that?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. So the county must at all times throughout the planning period maintain that status of having enough sites that are zoned to accommodate its RHNA. And if at any time the county, let's say, issues a planning permit for a project and that action became the trigger that caused the county to fall into no net loss, where we no longer had that zone capacity for that site where a project was approved, then that would be the impetus for starting the 180-day clock to rezone additional sites. So in short, it would be upon planning permit approval on a specific site.
Is anyone else confused about that? I mean, I thought this was that the state was looking at your tracking of how well we're doing and help.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Briley, through the chair. So we are required to set up a monitoring program, and that's something that HCD requires, and we have it built in as one of our programs. So as development takes place, we do track that development, and HCD monitors it. However, the point I think that Mrs. Steele Blossom is making is that at the point at which the county takes an action to approve a project, that's the point at which, if that approval in of itself causes the county to no longer satisfy its RENA in any particular income category, then that would be the trigger for the no net loss. Now, what we've also done is just to make it clear is we have built into our programs a requirement where we track what's going on, and we have a buffer of 15%. And so we did build in a mechanism where if we begin to get to the point where we drop that buffer to around 5%, we'll begin the rezone process, because 180 days is a very short period in order to rezone sites. So in order to give us more time and to ensure we don't run afoul of state law, we would actually begin the rezone process if we begin to eat away at that buffer and reduce it at below 5%.
Okay. I don't know if anyone else is, I mean,
What I would just
we're
add,
approving projects,
right.
and how is that going to trigger, a bad grade by the state? I don't get that.
So let me just add one thing, Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, and that is when we're approving these projects, if they're at lower densities and lower levels of affordability than we projected, we have to assess whether or not that drops us below the 15% buffer.
Oh, okay.
So that's where it triggers. And then we have to make a finding, essentially, when we're approving housing projects, that our RENA we still are meeting our RENA with vacant sites at the right zoning.
Okay. Okay.
So
sorry, you guys, but hopefully this.
it's complicated, so yeah.
Hopefully this is meaningful, and I just want to get the big picture here. So, okay, then moving on to slide 16, the builder's remedy application. I guess I'm confused. So there were a couple projects that don't need to be rezoned, Baylord and Tatum, and for rezoned sites, I don't understand why some of them are and are not getting rezoned if they're all builder's remedy applications.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. So when a developer submits a builder's remedy application, it allows them to, they must still comply with objective standards, but they can propose development in a zone where it may not otherwise have been allowed under current zoning or the general plan, the comprehensive plan. So since the county did receive so many of those applications, and some of them are on sites that the county has the capability to rezone, like in the case of Baylord and Tatum, they're pending projects that were analyzed in the program EIR and in the housing element update. For those particular sites, the county doesn't have to rezone them because they have the builder's remedy applications. They can go through with that process if they want to. But if the county was to rezone these sites to DR instead of their current zoning, the DR zone would have more objective standards that the county would be able to apply, and those would probably lead to a better project that works better for the community. So that's why we're giving the option and recommending that the Planning Commission consider rezoning those builder's remedy sites.
Okay.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, I just wanted to add that in the case of Baylord and Tatum, it's about sort of how they're characterized in the housing element. So those two projects are listed as pending projects in our sites inventory, and so they count as part of our current capacity. And so we're already getting credit for the affordable units that are being provided with those projects, and so that's why we don't have to rezone them. But as staff has indicated, there might be a benefit to rezoning them, and they have requested rezones for those two sites, and as you've seen with their letters of intent, offered some additional affordable units and additional density if they were to be rezoned. So that's the distinction between those pending projects versus the other sites, which are in the housing element shown as potential rezone sites. Those, if we want to count their affordable units,
they have to be rezoned. So that's the distinction. I know it's complicated.
Okay, and didn't both of those cases actually come in to add more units from what was already approved? Like we acted on the Baylor case already, and they're coming in to add units, presumably more affordables.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, both of those projects are pending. They're not entitled
I
yet.
thought we took action on the Baylor one.
So, but they have.
Oh, initiation. Sorry,
They
my fault.
have proposed that if they were to be rezoned as part of your the PC and board action, that they would come in with additional units.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Almost done, you guys. I know. We want to get onto it. On the. Never mind. Can we, it might just not be me, but I talked about this with staff, but I think it's important for everyone to understand. The program EIR, it's going to serve like a tiering function. So anybody out there who might not be rezoned or might be, a future potential project can't rely on coming in and just using that as their CEQA clearance, because it's not, as much as it's programmatic for the housing element, it's not going to serve as tiering because we didn't do site-specific analysis in it. Can someone help me with that? Because the community is not clear about that.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, it could serve as for tiering purposes. So it is a program EIR. Individual projects could potentially tier off of that program EIR, even though it lacks site-specific analysis. Issue areas where that might be appropriate would be like VMTs, greenhouse gas, which are more regional in nature and less dependent on site-specific issues, where you would be less likely to tier off of the EIR would be perhaps on things like bio or other that are more dependent on site-specific studies. But the program EIR does include various mitigation measures. Those would be applied to future housing development, especially those that get rezoned as part of this effort.
Okay. So so those applications could do an addendum or something that's not a full-on EIR for future cases.
Correct.
Right? So it's efficient that way. I just want to remind it because that's exactly what we did with the cannabis EIR, right? It's a similar thing. You'll have cases come in and therefore people won't be able to challenge under CEQA some of these things because this EIR is kind of setting the stage for it. It's probably a dangerous statement to make, but you know what I mean.
Each site will have to be looked at on a case-by-case basis to determine the appropriate route for the environmental review. And as you've also heard, some projects would be eligible for by right permitting, which would be exempt from any additional CEQA analysis.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry, you guys, but that's it.
No problem. Mr. Park?
Well, I think all of Commissioner Bradley's questions were really good. I was going to ask them, but I wasn't going to admit that I was confused. So I was going to claim something else. But I have some additional ones, okay? One is on this interplay about assumptions of affordability in the rezone. Because I noted when I was engaging with the Balancing Act software that I think I was dealing with assumptions of affordability there when it would describe what affordable housing units would be built from each of the selected parcels. I wasn't looking at the applicant's proposals there. I was looking at the assumptions. Is that correct?
Commissioner Park, through the chair. I would say that in Balancing Act, each project has been updated with unit counts and affordability levels that either reflect a project application in the case of pending projects, or that reflect the sort of broad strokes affordability assumptions that Mrs. Steele Blossom covered, which would be 50%, 25, and 25 for the South Coast, and a different system for the North County. However, there are plenty of exceptions to that. And and those sort of came about from discussions with developers, letters of intent that we've been discussing today. In one case, builder's remedy.
Yeah, so Commissioner Park, it's a mix. So in some cases, it reflects the application, and in some cases, it reflects the assumptions that we made when developing the housing element and the inventory. So you have to really you have to dig deep to each site to see what the assumption is by clicking on the information button next to each site. But it's a mixture.
And I would click on the information button and the more details. And I came to that same conclusion because I was looking at some sites where we didn't have presentations, and I don't even know if there's been a developer identified for them. I don't even know if the landowner's aware they're subject to a rezone. I mean,
they all are aware.
Yeah, okay.
We reached out to all of them, but yeah.
But anyway, I could see that, so I figured those were assumptions. But then I recognized with some of the larger projects that the information on mix of affordability and all that matched exactly what I'd heard at the presentation. So I figured that had been updated for that. But it makes me a little wary in applying the tool in thinking that the rezones will lead to the affordable housing units that are assumed. I do note that the 50% affordable assumption was not matched by what I heard in the presentations at the workshop. And so I'm going to turn this into a question. What we're considering is rezones, but the rezones don't explicitly include numbers of affordable units, correct? They're just densities.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, while we are setting densities for each of these specific potential rezone sites, we do have to make assumptions about the affordability of those sites as part of this process. So staff the housing element update has proposed affordability levels across all income levels.
No, I get that, but from the legal point of view that the developer will see, they're looking at, they will be seeing density restrictions in the zone or allowances, but they will not see in the zoning ordinance a requirement.
That's correct.
20% low-income affordability.
Commissioner Park through the chair. That's correct. They are just assumptions.
Yeah. Okay. Let me move on to the selection criteria. I'm very familiar with selection criteria. I suggested a lot of them to different people, talked to various board members and staff. And I know the board considered them for basically one meeting. You know, it was not like considering an ordinance. So I'm assuming no one here is believing that each of these 10 criteria is like a subsection of an ordinance where we have to meet every one for a project. And even more importantly, I also assume that we're considering them as factors, but they don't eliminate or exclude other factors we might think are important. Is that the case? Because I'm going to proceed on that basis, but I want the other commissioners to be aware that's probably appropriate too. We can consider other factors, and we might consider one factor very strongly in a given case and others not so importantly, depending on the circumstances. Is that right? They're kind of guidelines?
Yes, Commissioner Park, through the chair, that's correct. Those are not binding criteria. They are points that we offered up and among some other factors that you should consider. But yes, they're not binding.
Okay. Next, I want to turn to one of those criteria, builder's remedy. The criteria appeared to be that, in fact, maybe you can, it's right there, no builder's remedy. So no builder's remedy is a good thing to be considered for the rezone?
Commissioner Park through the chair. It's one of many of the list of things for your decision makers to consider. When the board held that meeting on January 9th, it was offered that projects that are currently have a builder's remedy application, if they were to forgo that and come in through the rezone process and proceed with their projects under the rezone process as opposed to continuing with the builder's remedy, that could be something to consider as you look at the list of rezone sites. So again, it was just...
Okay, I want to explore that a little bit because I think the presence of a builder's remedy application makes a difference. It might make a difference to me in a different way than it does to the board. So what was expressed by the board as to why they would prefer to have a withdrawal from the builder's remedy for consideration here?
Commissioner Park, through the chair. It was a belief that they would rather have applicants go through the county process, comply with the development standards of the correct zone, rather than be outside of that process. So, for instance, let's use an example like Montessori. They have a builder's remedy application in, and they're on ag zoning. And if they continued with their builder's remedy application, they would only have to comply with the objective standards that are in agricultural zoning. There aren't very many objective standards.
Well, let me use that same example you have. That's one, and I don't want to beat this to death because we're going to get to it later. Yeah. But that's an example of one where many of the neighbors think that project would stick out like a sore thumb in their neighborhood. Okay, I'm not saying that's true or not, but that's just their position. And it might be that we don't include it. I don't know. But when I look at it, if we approved others, then that would be an ag parcel in the absolute sea of suburbs and more dense housing, and it wouldn't really be appropriately zoned. Right. It would be very hard to conduct agriculture there. And it might be the kind of thing where I favor not including it in the rezones. I think, you know what, it actually ought to be rezoned for some use other than maybe not 30, 40 density, but for something other than it is. And the fact that it's a builder's remedy project indicates that that they may go that way. But more importantly, I am afraid that as this is structured now, and I'll get to this later, that we'll approve rezones, and we'll find that when the projects actually get built, come in, get designed, that we don't meet the affordability assumptions we thought we were going to get, and that we don't actually get the numbers that we need in RENA for the low-income affordable and the moderate-income affordable. We will have a shortfall, and that's why your monitoring your 180 days to consider additions is going to be so important. And I'm afraid we'll thought we've done the rezone process, but we actually don't meet those two important things, and that's why I kind of see the builder's remedy ones as a positive thing, because out there in the wings might be projects that we didn't approve for rezones, but they've still got the builder's remedy, and we might need them to get those affordabilities.
So I understand that, and I guess what I would say is, if we don't rezone those, I mean, we could get some benefits by rezoning them.
Yeah.
Because they've agreed to do more if they get rezoned in terms of affordability. But if we chose not to rezone a few builder's remedy sites in the county, we cannot rely on the 20% affordability that they're providing if they were not identified in our housing element sites inventory. And there are a few of those, in particular, Key Site 26, Georgie, and Montessori are not identified as as projects in our housing element. They were identified as potential rezones, but not as a pending project or a builder's remedy project. So we can't, so if we don't rezone them, we're not going to be able to assume 20% affordable as we're doing the balancing act calculations.
Well, and I realize when we go through that, and we're going to walk out of here in the next few days thinking we've done the balancing act calculations, and we'll base it on what we've heard from developers and affordability assumptions. But I would not be surprised if in the coming years we don't actually meet those building requirements, and we look to some of these builders remedy projects to come back in and help us out.
So
what I'm thinking though is going back to selection criteria, and again, I don't want to beat this to death right now. Yeah. I think we should not think, and I'm talking about all of us, as builder's remedy application, the presence of it being some sort of a stigma or something wrong with it. It may actually be something that's very beneficial for us, even if those projects aren't rezoned in the future.
Sure.
Thank you.
Chair, Commissioner Park, just to keep in mind, there is another component to this, and that's a concept that's often missed, is the use by right. And so what happens is if the county rezones a property, that property becomes eligible as a use by right. If the developer subsequently comes in with 20% of the units of that project being affordable, that is lower income, they are only subject to objective standards, and they're not subject to CEQA. So it's really a situation where it's quite extraordinary in terms of the benefit they would have from a rezone and from providing the affordable units. But I think the challenge we face is that with the assumptions we made for general projects in terms of the level of affordability, particularly when it comes to lower income, we cannot compel developers to come in at those levels. And that's the challenge that we do face, because we do see projects, they're coming in, they're meeting the minimum affordability level to qualify as a use by right or to qualify as a builder's remedy project. And that's likely to be one factor that contributes to the timing if we become subject to no net loss. But again, we don't have a tool to compel developers to develop at a certain affordability level. We can control the densities, and that's why we've set minimum densities. So that'll give us the number of units, but the affordability levels are more variable and unpredictable.
Commissioner Reed?
Okay, first I'd like to thank staff for a very informative and comprehensive presentation. I wish I had had it as I was sitting trying to unravel what seemed to be a very complex web of relationships between planned resolutions, amendments, ordinances, etc., and a very, what I said, large web of various attachments. So I appreciate this. I appreciate very much this section on comprehensive plan amendments. I have but one question, most of my others having been answered by the questions of the other commissioners. I'd like to refer to page 19 of your presentation relative to comprehensive plan amendments. First, I'd just like you to clarify again which attachments these sections related to. I mean, the Parks Recreation Policy, I think it's attachment C, but is there an additional on that?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair. So the Parks and Recreation Policy is in the Land Use Element Amendment, which should be attachment C, Exhibit 1A.
Okay.
And you said the other thing you were looking for was the Orchid Community Plan amendments?
Yeah, the new zoning and land use designations. You said that came from the Orchid Community Plan, or did I get that right? I thought there was an additional one that I didn't.
Oh, Commissioner Reed, through the chair. So we are proposing to amend the text and certain figures of the Orchid Community Plan to reflect any new zoning or land use designations that come about as a result of selecting certain rezone sites. So we have some amendments proposed to the Orchid Community Plan in Attachment C, Exhibits 1B, but the actual changes to the zoning map and land use designation maps would be included in the land use element amendment, which is Attachment C, Exhibit 1A.
Okay.
A lot of the amendments are under the land use element.
All right. Well, thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Cooney?
I don't have questions, but I have an overall comment. What we've heard this morning is similar to a full semester course of land use planning, and I think that we could dig into every single aspect of it in great detail and extend these hearings out till mid-July or further. But I think we have to keep in mind that we have many people online and in the room who need to comment and help us with our deliberations. And it's just not going to happen if what our criteria is in terms of the presentation and background, all of which we've read numerous times. We spend the whole day doing that. So I entreat our chair to see what he can do to limit the further direction of the commissioners, and then we can get our questions applied to specific sites before much longer.
Yes. So what I was going to do right now is just take a break, but I wanted to say for the general public and for those who are waiting to make their comments that I think it'd be best, well, what it is going to be that we're focused on North County right now. So we're going to focus any public comments generally on North County today. It doesn't restrict you from South County. Is going to be, our aim is to be Monday, if possibly just only Monday, and forgo Wednesday, but possibly Wednesday. We may get into South County, but just want to make sure the focus is going to be when we come back is on North County. And I would take a 10-minute break right now.
And Mr. Chair, I would just add, if there are individuals here that want to reflect on South County sites or provide information to the commission, that they do through public comment, that we take public comment on that after the deliberations on North County sites.
Correct.
Yeah.
We'll first address North County and then we'll get into South if we have time. Thank you. Okay, thank you everybody for your patience, and we're back in session for the Planning Commission. Over the break, trying to figure out a way of how to address this issues that we're addressing now. And so what we're going to do is this: we're going to go back to staff. They're going to address the North County sites, specifically North County sites, and then we're going to have the opportunity for public comment from the be via here or even via Zoom. And then I would ask that comment at least be addressed towards the North County sites for right now. I'm not trying to exclude any of the South County site people. If you want to make comment about it, you can, but it will be counted, at least in the future, against if you appear again and so forth about the South County sites. The reason being is we're up here to address the North County sites as best we can in the North County while we're here. And it just makes just general sense for that. And then what we're going to do is then we're going to, after the general public comment, then we're going to come to the planning commissioners. And the planning commissioners will deliberate and discuss those things and ask questions that they wish. And that's what we're going to do. So back to staff. I will say, though, we will take a lunch break at 11:55. And it will be for an hour, so then we'll restart at 1 o'clock, okay? So everybody can count on that. I will keep an eye on that one. Staff.
So what we'd like to do to introduce the North County sites is Eva Marrero. We have two different tools when we're looking at different sites. One is the interactive map that's on our webpage, and you can go in and just click on a site, and it gives you the information about the acreage, existing zoning, proposed zoning, number of potential units. And then we have the Balancing Act, which is actually the interactive tool that tallies up the number of units as you select or deselect sites. So what Ms. Marrero is going to run through right now is just an overview of the North County sites using the interactive map. And then when we come back to actually begin talk about selecting sites, we'll shift and use the Balancing Act tool. Eva?
Thank you, Alan. I think we need some screen sharing. Okay, great. So thanks, Alan. Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners and Chair. As Alan said, I'm going to briefly introduce each North County potential rezone site using the county's interactive housing element update map, and I'll provide key features for each site. I'll move east to west and south to north, beginning with Cuyama, moving through Santa Ynez and Mission Hills area, and ending in Orcutt. These sites can also be found in Attachment E of the staff report. So we will zoom in first on the Blue Sky Center in New Cuyama. The Blue Sky Center is 37.88 acre parcel that's currently vacant and zoned Ag 110. If rezoned, this site would have C2 zoning along the northern Highway 166 border and would have DR20 zoning on the southern majority of the site. Potential unit build-out is 50 moderate income units here. Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay, I think we can see that a little better now. So now we will move to our next site. So moving over to Santa Ynez area, we've got the Chumash LLC site. This site consists of 3 APNs and totals 5.89 acres. The site is zoned C2 and REC, and it's also currently vacant. The county would rezone this site to DR 3040 for a potential build-out of 91 lower income units and 30 moderate income units. The Chumash site falls within Safety Zone 6 of the Santa Ynez Airport. This safety zone doesn't limit new development, residential development. Now we'll move to the Mission Hills area. which is where we have the Fong parcels. Fong 1 is 2.36 acres and Fong 2 is 2.35 acres. Both parcels are vacant and zoned 7R1. Apologies while the map catches up to us. It's supposed to show aerial footage underneath. The potential rezone for both of these sites is to DR 3040. Staff estimate that Fong 1 could produce 53 lower income units and 17 moderate income units. Fong 2 could produce 34 lower income units and 11 moderate income units. West of the Fong parcels, we have Alexander. Alexander was already rezoned as part of a separate project unrelated to the housing element update. It is 1.63 acres in size and vacant. Under its current C2 zoning, the county could count 17 moderate income units. We'll now move to Orcutt, where the bulk of the North County potential rezone sites are. Six of the North County potential rezone sites in Orcutt are located near the Santa Maria Airport and fall within airport safety zones 2, 4, or some combination of 2 and 4. These sites are Key Site 26, North Point HOA, Mariposa Real, Boys and Girls Club, Hummel Cottages, and Woodmere Villas. I'll point them out again as we go through site by site. For each of these sites, staff adhered to standards in SBCAG's Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan for Santa Maria Airport and did not project any units on portions of the site within Safety Zone 2. Staff also limited units on Safety Zone 4 to a density of 20 to 25 units per acre. The county identified 6 key sites as potential rezone sites. I'll go through them in numerical order, starting with Key Site 1. A rezone to any of these key sites would require an amendment to the Orcutt Community Plan, as Mrs. Steele Blossom mentioned. Key Site 1 is a 24.71 acre parcel, currently zoned C2, and it is vacant. Staff identified a potential rezone on this site from C2 to MRO and C2. Staff estimates that this rezone could produce 181 moderate income units and 160 above moderate income units. It's been proposed that this would involve moving the MRO zoned portion of Key Site 3 to Key Site 1. So this highlighted green area would be MRO. The rest would remain in C2. Next, we have Key Site 3. The green highlight portion is the potential rezone, which occupies 8 acres of the larger APN. It is currently zoned MRO and vacant. This site would be rezoned from MRO to DR1 for a total of 8 potential above moderate income units. Next, we have Key Site 10. Key Site 10 is a 16.74 acre parcel and consists of 2 APNs, both of which are zoned PRD and vacant. The potential rezone would go from PRD to DR 2030, and the housing element update shows 112 lower income units for this site, 43 moderate income units, and 17 above moderate income units for its potential. We'll now move on to Key Site 11. Key Site 11 is 21.43 acres and is zoned C2 on approximately 4 acres in the north and REC on the remainder of the parcel. The majority of the site is zoned REC because it falls within the 100-year floodway. The entire parcel is also vacant. The potential rezone would retain approximately 10 acres of the C2 zone and convert the rest of the parcel to DR 2030. The potential unit build-out on this site is 52 lower income units, 36 moderate income units, and 8 above moderate income units. Key Site 16 is next. It consists of 2 APNs. The site is 11.77 acres in total, and both parcels are zoned C2. It's also vacant. The potential rezone would convert the larger of the 2 APNs to DR 3040 and leave the small APN in C2. The estimated build-out potential for this site is 68 low-income units, 49 moderate-income units, and 0 above moderate-income units. Finally, for the key sites, we have key site 26. Key site 26 is a 43.67 acre parcel comprised of 4 APNs, all of which are zoned C2 and vacant. So those would be the 2 teardrop-shaped APNs on the left, the northern parcel here, and the large southern parcel here. Rezoning this site would involve retaining the C2 zone on 3 of the 4 APNs and rezoning only the largest APN on this site to DR 3040, yielding a total unit potential of 425 lower income units, 161 moderate income units, and 0 above moderate income units. A portion of this site is in Safety Zone 2, and a smaller portion of the site is in Safety Zone 4. As I previously mentioned, airport safety zones were factored into unit projections for all applicable sites and do not constitute a significant constraint for development. Key Site 26 has 2 other important features to note. The first is that the developer of Key Site 26 has initiated steps to have the City of Santa Maria annex the entire site into the city. The second is that Key Site 26 recently submitted a letter of intent reflecting their builder's remedy application. This application was submitted to the county after adoption of the housing element and involves a projected unit build-out of 156 lower income units and 594 units that would fall somewhere between the moderate and above moderate income categories. I'll review the 2 build-out scenarios for Key Site 26 again when we turn to Balancing Act. Moving east from Key Site 26, we have North Point HOA. This site is a vacant 8.75 acre parcel, zoned DR 3.3. If rezoned, the site would be zoned DR 2025 and have a unit potential of 62 lower income units, 24 moderate income units, and 9 above moderate income units. The site is partially within Safety Zone 2 and Safety Zone 4. South of North Point is Mariposa Real. The northern APN is 4.79 acres and vacant, and the southern APN is a partially vacant APN of 10.89 acres. The proposed rezone would change this site from its current DR 3.3 zoning to a zoning of DR 2025. Potential unit build-out for the site is 90 lower income units. This site falls entirely within Safety Zone 4. East of Mariposa Real, we have the Boys and Girls Club site. This site is 14.9 acres and zoned DR 3.3. The proposed rezone would be to DR 2025 and could yield 52 lower income units, 20 moderate income units, and 8 above moderate income units. This site also falls entirely within Safety Zone 4. South of Boys and Girls Club is Hummel Cottages. This site is 4.47 acres, currently zoned DR 4.6, and it is partially vacant and partially occupied by apartments. The vacant portion of the site could yield a total of 30 lower income units. East of the Boys and Girls Club is Woodmere Villas. This site consists of 2 APNs totaling 17.55 acres, both of which are zoned DR 3.3. The northern APN is vacant and the southern APN contains a small parking lot. The proposed rezone is for DR 2025. Potential unit build-out is 168 lower income units, 65 moderate income units, and 25 above moderate income units. This site also falls within Safety Zone 4. Zooming out and moving north, we have the Latter-day Saints site. This site adjoins the City of Santa Maria on the northeast side. The site is 4.83 acres, zoned 8R1, and is currently vacant. The proposed rezone would be to DR 3040, and staff estimate that this could yield 86 lower income units and 28 moderate income units. Latter-day Saints is another one of our potential rezone sites that submitted a letter of intent with alternative development plans. They've expressed a desire to be rezoned to DR 2030, and their proposal would include 130 lower income units. This option will be reflected in Balancing Act. Lastly, in Orcutt is Element Church. Oh, yes. This site is 3.83 acres, zoned 10R1, and is partially developed with a church. Rezoning the parcel to DR 2030 would mean the remaining portion of the parcel could develop with 20 lower income units, 8 moderate income units, and 2 above moderate income units. And that concludes the interactive map portion of the presentation.
And so now we'll move into the public comments then. And how many do we have on Zoom?
We have 5 on Zoom, and then we also have someone in our South County hearing room.
Okay. So in this situation, I have like at least 15 right here in regards to public comment. So in regards to public comment for today, let's begin with those that are on Zoom. Well, let's add 2 more. Let's start on Zoom. Let's get those. Fine.
All right, our first speaker will be Joanne Brown, to be followed by John Polanski.
Hello, I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, and could you please first state your name before you start speaking? And that goes for all that follow. Thank you.
Sure. Joanne Brown.
Yes,
and yes, I submitted a letter dated March 20th. Wanted to make sure you all had that.
Yes.
And rather than go through the letter, I just had a few questions. I'm wondering, first, I think someone had mentioned earlier that the sites were determined in one meeting and decided on. Is that process closed to consider other areas or not?
Well, during this comment period, this is for you to make your statements or comments, and it's not a question and answer period. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm new to this process and received the notice last week for the first time, becoming aware that the two Fong 1 and Fong 2 lots directly behind my home share a fence line. And in response to that notice, we are opposed to the rezoning. The currently zoned properties are 7R1, single family home, max 7,000 square foot each. And from your attachment F, North County potential rezone sites document, these vacant lots total 4.71 acres combined and are proposed to be rezoned from the 2 single family homes to 87 low income units and 28 moderate. That's combining the 2 lots. That would be total of 115 total units, which seems pretty out of control for a small area. Everybody I've talked to, my neighbors on Calle Pasado, where we own our home, is also opposed to this type of development. And it seems that placing hundreds of people living in this location next to the Mission Hills Market and Shopping Center is poor planning and should not be considered due to the lack of proper infrastructure, including water, sewer, roadways, sidewalks, law enforcement, and safety for the general public. These lots are zoned 7R1 for a reason, and as stated in the Santa Barbara County Zoning Code requirements, R1 is zoned applied to areas appropriately located for one family living at a reasonable range of population densities, consistent with sound standards of public health, safety, and welfare. I think that these lots are the only 7R1 in the whole rezone site choices. So the R1 county code exists to protect the residential characteristics of an area and to promote a suitable environment for family life. Ignoring the important.
I'm gonna have to stop you right there because we have the 3 minutes expired and we got a pretty long list.
Okay. All right.
Sorry about that.
Well,
Okay,
please read the rest of my letter. That was the first page of 4, and we're opposed.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be John Polanski, to be followed by Ken Huff.
Okay, and again, please state your name at the beginning, and just so generally, if you're at the 3-minute mark, I'm going to interrupt, and I'm not trying to be rude, but just being consistent. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm John Polanski, Director of Housing Development with the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. I'm here primarily to answer any questions on any of the projects with which we're involved. Really wanted to show our appreciation, though, to the county planning staff throughout this entire process. They've been very engaged, and we've had some really great conversations. Also, really thank the Commission and the Board of Supervisors, particularly for the focus on the lower income affordable housing units that we very much need in the county. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Ken Huff, to be followed by Margaret Mercereau.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Ken Huff with Santa Barbara County Action Network. I just have a couple of comments on the one of these projects that the SBCAN board has considered, which is Key Site 26. And our board prefers that this be processed as a county project and was opposed to the annexation proposal. Looking at some of the other information that's been received on this in your packet, letter from, I think it was Susan Bryant, had information about the state Parks and Recreation finding that the eucalyptus trees on the portion that's proposed for rezoning are an overwintering site, a documented overwintering site for monarch butterflies. And so this is really important. That's an endangered species. That's, and this is new information to me. I haven't seen them there, but now having seen the letter and that the state has identified this is something for you to be very keenly aware of, and that as this moves ahead, please find a way to protect the existing trees and develop around them. And I think that's all I have at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Huff.
Our next speaker will be Margaret Mercereau, to be followed by Mike Wondolowski.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You can just state your
I'm
state
sorry.
your name and then.
I was going to be speaking on something that's not even on the agenda, so I'm sorry. I don't need to speak today.
Okay, thank you.
So our next speaker will be Mike Wondolowski, to be followed by Paul DiPaolo.
Yes, my comments relate to South County projects. Is this the right time to comment on that?
Should have just spoke anyways. Well, I'm not
well, well, it looks like there's 2 people on there, but right now we're trying to address the North County. It's your choice. I can't say no to you, but I mean the preference would obviously be when we're trying to address the South County sites. So it's your choice. But if you choose, if you choose to speak now,
I will be out of town next week, so let me just make my comments briefly now.
Okay.
I'll speak very quickly. My name is Mike Wondolowski. I'm with Carpinteria Valley Association. And quite simply, we urge that sites located in the coastal zone that are outside the urban-rural boundary be eliminated from consideration for rezoning. The principle applies countywide, but the specific sites are in South County, the sites 15 and 16, the Van Wingerden 1 and 2, and pending site 37 Baylord. We described details of the background and justification for this position in our letter that we hope you reviewed, but in summary, it better adheres to good planning principles since it preserves the stability of the carefully defined urban-rural boundary. It's unacceptable to expand the boundary solely because it's inconvenient and restricts where new high-density housing can be built, since the whole point of county policy defining the urban-rural boundary is to prevent development that's inappropriate in that location. The 3 sites I mentioned are the only coastal zone sites outside the urban-rural boundary in the entire county-wide analysis. Including them in the rezone list would definitely create issues to the Coastal Commission, likely delaying completion of the housing element update. That would presumably extend the window where further builders remedy projects could come in, which is clearly not desirable. So I refer you to our written comments for further background and rationale supporting the recommendation. But again, we urge that those 3 sites in the coastal zone outside the urban-rural boundary be eliminated from consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our last Zoom speaker will be Mr. DiPaolo, and then we also have Ms. Perez in South County hearing room, so I'm not sure if you'd like to take her before or after our North County in person.
No, just in line with what you're saying, Ms. Perez can come after that.
My name is Paul DiPaolo. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm just calling in opposition of the Woodmere Villas development here with lower income housing. I understand that the state has mandated that you build all these units. However, the parking alone, and it doesn't seem like there's going to be enough, space. It's already impacted. This is going to drastically lower our home values, potentially affecting the whole ecology of that whole area. I mean, in terms of just ecological well-being of the surrounding areas, I mean, all of this much development, I understand there's demand for housing. However, to simply just adhere to state mandates doesn't seem feasible or necessary. I mean, if a county could actually stand up and say, we're not going to do this, I don't see why you can just bend over and say, whatever, we'll just accept whatever development you want to put in here. So yeah, calling in opposition of that. Been a resident and a homeowner here for 10 years now. I'm raising kids here, and it's a member of the community. I'm a high school teacher. I'm not someone from somewhere else. So I completely understand that there's this demand for people to be able to live somewhere. But based on the most recent development that I've seen within the Santa Maria Valley, this is going to maybe potentially have a very immediate benefit, but the reputation for lower income housing within California has demonstrated that it can quickly go south. There's a region north Santa Maria called the Projects. A lot of my students live in that area. It initially was good 20 years ago, and it quickly devolved into a substandard living condition. So I suggest that you reconsider this rezoning and try to consider the local culture of this area rather than stick whatever dollar signs that are pushing any sort of agenda. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. DiPaolo. So Ms. Perez.
And Ms. Perez, I also see you on Zoom with your hand up. Did you prefer to use Zoom?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'd like to hold my comments till the end of the day should you find time to get to the South County projects, just to keep you on track with your North County discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So now that would leave us with those who are present for their speaking. And the first one I have here is I know I'm going to abuse names today. Pete, is it Simmons? There we go. I got it right.
Chair, members of the commission, Pete Simmons, Urban Planning Concepts, representing Patel family and the Constellation Road Investments LLC and the Constellation Road Project, which is located on APN 097371072 in the Vandenberg Village area. The project was presented at the 319 Board of Supervisors workshop as a potential rezone site that has an application under review with staff to rezone 2.56 acres of the total 5.6 acre parcel from C2 to DR30, and to develop it with 60 units amongst 3 buildings with a clubhouse, outdoor play, and lounge areas, along with pedestrian pathways that connect to the various areas to Constellation Road and some of the various amenities throughout the community. A letter of request has been provided to the Planning Commission outlining the requested rezone. It provides the Board of Supervisors rezone criteria and those that we fall consistent with, as how the project will help bring the needed utilities to the area, which can be provided to the future park to the immediate east. The proposed project will help to bring a variety of housing types to the area, which can help Vandenberg Space Force Base and other employers and residents meet their housing needs. From the extended stay hotel to the 1 to 2 bedroom apartments, that will definitely help provide some of the needed housing that we're seeing with Vandenberg Space Force Base. I mean, currently right now they're talking about within the next 4 years a total of 500 employees or more. Military personnel coming on board, and with the fact that 80% of them living off-site throughout the community, they're finding that it's definitely been their biggest challenges is finding townhome and apartment living for those personnel, not to mention the residents in that area. And we feel that this project will help provide some of that needed additional housing that they're looking for in the Vandenberg Village area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. And then the next will be, I'm going to Fleet Felci, representing Woodmere, Woodmere Village Homeowners Association. If you can announce your name at the beginning.
Yeah, my name is Fleet Felkley, and I'm with Woodmere Village Homeowners Association. And so Woodmere Village, we bought 2 parcels, and actually I think it totals 17 acres. And we bought that roughly 35 years ago. And it's an area that is directly underneath the center line of the airport, or it's directly in line with it. At the time, it really wasn't buildable for as single-family dwelling. I think it's zoned single-family right now, maybe, but it wasn't being able to be built on it. So Woodmere Villas, the Homeowners Association, bought the 2 parcels, and they use it for open area and for the walking of the dogs for the residents of Woodmere Villas. Woodmere Villas, in short, is 89 home sites that are essentially zero lot line dwellings that are in a Z configuration. Originally, there was a certain percentage that went to sale only for low-income housing, and it was at reduced rates for a number of years. So it's now a section of land that has a lot of retired people and younger families that are just getting into the housing market. So it's kind of a nice, quiet area, and they really do appreciate having the open area to be able to walk their dogs. The streets are very narrow. They're only about 22 foot wide. They are considered red zones and a fire lane at night for access to get emergency vehicles into the area. From the maps that I've seen on my navigation is that developed site that's in the airport zone right now. If that goes into 258 units, just accessibility into the area, the streets aren't designed for that. And actually the streets are not city streets. They're owned by the association. We take care of all the costs of those streets and maintain them, and we've got them in good shape. The traffic index for those streets is very low. They are not made to take the number of units that would go into that area, so there's an access issue. Plus, there's actually the integrity of the streets that would be able to handle it. So really, some of the costs would be pretty major to put that kind of density into the remaining portion of what is already a high density. By definition, in the late 80s, that was high density housing. So, yeah, I think the residents need a place to breathe and get out in the open a little bit, and that's the way it is right now. So in the future, we would like that property to be open recreational area for not only ourselves, but it's open to, right now, it's owned by us, but
thank you,
we
Mr.
don't have any
Flick.
problems with it.
I'm going to have to stop you right there. We're past the 3 minutes. Thank you, though.
3 minutes.
Lori Tamura, which will be followed by Bob Havlicek.
Good day. My name is Laurie Tamur with Urban Planning Concepts, and we did present a number of projects at the workshop last week. Thank you very much to staff and commission and the board for putting that effort on. One of the projects that I'd like to speak to here is the Latter-day Saints project. We did provide a letter to the staff in regards to the site. Is currently being designated on your attachment C Exhibit 1D and as well as your Exhibit 3A as residential 30 to 40 units per acre. We're requesting that that designation be changed to the 20 to 30 unit per acre category. The South Point developers have done a concept layout on the site, and it is a challenging site. And so we think it's more appropriate for it to still be an affordably designated site, but at one of the lower categories. And the other important element that was in the letter is that this company specializes in very low and low income units, less than the 70% of the AMI. This property will be 100% affordable to those people that are challenged to find housing in this income level, particularly new designed projects that meet their needs. So we make the request for the record that this particular designation be amended to that lower category, realizing again their commitment is to those very low and low income levels. Also listening to the staff's presentation, the Alexander site is not on this list. So if it's one of your rezone sites, it's not on the exhibit 1D and 5A sites. So we're here to answer any questions you have on this particular property and look forward to the discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Havlicek, followed by Jackie Scolari.
Good morning. Bob Havlicek, Executive Director for the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara, and I'll keep my comments brief. I just wanted to call attention to slides 6 and 7 of the calculations that staff did on the need for affordable housing, and just mention that it's very consistent with our wait list. We have over 9,000 non-duplicative names on our wait list, so we have a tremendous need in both North and South County. And I would also encourage the commissioners as well as the general public to visit our website, hesbarco.org, and to drive by any of the high-quality sites that we maintain throughout the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jackie Scolari, followed by Stephen Teague.
My name is Jackie Scolari, and I live on Waller Lane. I'm here concerning the apartments that are going to be on Waller and Santa Maria Way. As it stands right now, Waller is heavy traffic. It's used as a thoroughfare. There's a lot of speeding. We tried to get speed bumps, could not do that. But it's still a heavy traffic. Backing out of the driveway, it's not uncommon to have to wait for 2 or 3 vehicles to pass before we can even get on the street and take off. If these apartments go through, apparently it's 5 buildings, 3-story buildings with 1 parking space per 2 and 3 bedroom units. Our street will look like Crossroads, which is bumper to bumper on both sides of parking, or the new apartments over by College and Costco. Completely, the streets are completely packed with cars. We'd lose being able to access the front of our homes for our guest parking or even our own parking. Plus, the increase in traffic would be, it's bad now, and the increase in traffic would be way more so. So it'd be a really significant increase. That's a lot of cars. Thank you. Oh, I have petitions that were signed by the residents that feel the same way that I do. I emailed them to Jesse and David, but I'd like to leave them. Oh, do you have it? I'll leave these here if they could be made sure that they're added to the paperwork when you're considering letting this go through. Thank you.
Thank you. So Stephen Teague, followed by Jeff Nelson.
Hi, I'm Stephen Teague. I live on Dancer Avenue near the Key Site 26 proposed development. First of all, I'd like to say I don't think I've ever heard the word, assuming, that you're assuming all these needs for housing and stuff as much as I've heard today. I mean, it's like all these things are made on assumptions of growth or whatever for our county. And like right now, California is actually losing, contracting. They're losing, residents as a result, loss of 2 congressional, seats in Congress. And so, I mean, that's not what I'm here to talk about. Anyway, I'm talking about here. So I decided, a lot of assumptions being made on the housing needs around here. And I don't know if anybody's assumed that, well, maybe it's not going to be quite what they think it is. I mean, this is the first time California's ever lost population. But I went to the LAFCO meeting in Santa Barbara probably close to 2 years ago, and my concern was the traffic patterns there on Union Valley and 135. And I spoke about a particular problem where the traffic gets backed up into, when you're turning onto Union Valley going east, the traffic sometimes backs up out into the intersection there. And lo and behold, this November, same thing happened. It was in the morning about 7:30, and I had a green light. I was in the lane to turn onto Union Valley, but the traffic had backed all the way out into the into 135 right there, and so I had to stop, and somebody rear-ended me, And so I don't see how building all these houses is going to make that any better, although the developer seems to think he has a plan for that. But I don't know how you could put like over 500 units in there and the traffic's going to magically get better. So that was really my concern. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teague. Mr. Jeff Nelson, followed by
Hi, Jeff Nelson. I'm here for the Georgie South County site, so I wasn't trying to jump ahead of North County people, so we'll wait until that's appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Michael Stolte? And that will be followed by John Blair.
I think we had sent in a PowerPoint. Would it be possible to access that? Good morning, Planning Commissioners. Still morning. I'm Michael Stolte, the developer of and managing member of Richards Ranch. I was born and raised in the Central Coast, and the project's development team is almost exclusively local. HCD is clear that it looks for local municipalities to select the best and most readily developable sites. Key Site 26 not only meets HCD and the county's goals, but also is likely the most need of a rezone. As can be seen from the slide, Key Site 26 is the definition of an urban infill site. The site resides in Orchid and is located at Highway 135 and Union Valley Expressway. It is surrounded by extensive transportation infrastructure, is flat, does not have agricultural value, and has been planned by the community for a mixed-use development since the 1980s. In the middle of a housing crisis, it's the type of site that you drive past and ask yourself, what is this doing here? Next slide. Essentially, Key Site 26 has been improperly zoned as C2 for decades. The C2 zoning combined with the Santa Maria Valley groundwater adjudication, which resulted in the Orchid community having to adopt WADO 2, has rendered the site essentially unusable as currently zoned. Consequently, Site 26 is a large, rare infill site. Next slide, please. To illustrate the challenges of this site as well as its potential, consider that in 2003, Walmart purchased the site and spent 18 years attempting to develop the site. Despite their extensive resources, Walmart was ultimately unable to obtain commercial water for development and sold the property. Next slide, please. The good news is that water is available for residential development for Key Site 26. We have a will serve letter in hand. By rezoning the parts of the property suitable for housing, the site can be made usable. It aligns well with the objectives of HCD, which allows counties to quickly rezone sites for emergent housing needs. This site is the type of site that HCD wants to be resolved and provided as a housing resource. Next slide, please. Our project development plan has been in making for 3 years, aligns perfectly with the housing element rezone plan. Richards Ranch honors the community's vision of a mixed-use site with the site plan identical to the county's housing element rezone recommendation. I like to think I had something to do with that. This project has undergone significant planning, including a 1,500-page EIR that has been finalized recently. Every building has been fully designed with 4-sided elevations, housing floor plans, landscape, site plans, all in collaboration with civil engineers on grading and water detention. It's hard to imagine a more ready and proven project within the county's housing element. The HCD wants municipalities.
Thank you. I'm going to have to stop you right there. I appreciate it. John Blair, followed by Chip Woolbrandt.
South County, so I'll come back later.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Woolbrandt then. Followed by Faith Dieter.
Mr. Chair, thank you for this wonderful presentation. I thank your staff. I just am here to speak briefly for Chumash LLC. We are interested in continuing to be part of this program and do not object to the proposed rezone. I've only recently had a chance, though, to start looking at the details, and one of the things that I would like to talk to staff a little bit about, the Chumash do own some adjacent parcels that will continue to be zoned, and they're split zoning, which is a little unusual. They're partially zoned C2 and partially zoned REC. In this particular instance, the REC portion is essentially just open space, and given the DR requirements for open space, there may be a more appropriate way to look at the parcels and recognize the fact that the other parcels have some significant open space that will continue to be open space on them. Otherwise, thank you very much, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you. Faith Dieter, followed by Roberto Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Faith Dieter. I am the Vice Chair on the Santa Barbara County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee. We are a committee that is appointed by the Board of Supervisors for each district to advise on things like trails. And so I'm here to let you know that we spent several meetings reviewing the PRT maps and making suggestions, particularly to add things like small parks, open spaces, pathways, and trails, which is within what the Board of Supervisors' key criteria for emphasizing provision of public parks and trails. We especially like the plans that include open spaces, parks, and trails like the Glen Annie, the Caird South Patterson, and the KS 11. And also want to recommend to keep in mind things, especially when you're talking about high density, to have paths for connectivity when people have talked about nearby shopping centers and things like that, how important it is from the aspect of public safety that pedestrians have a way to get places without being in the vehicle lane and the street. We have been taking that up a lot with the CRATAC board recently. And I also want to just let you know I'm also here as a licensed marriage and family therapist. That's my profession. And so from the standpoint of health and wellness, how important it is, not only from the health perspective for people to have safe places to walk, especially families that may have small children, also people who are of retirement age. My father is that age. He uses a walker. People need safe places to be able to get out and walk. And then from the mental health side, to be able to just get some fresh air, sit on some grass, take a little stroll without being in all the traffic that people are talking about. I understand the need for housing as you're talking about high density and high numbers. I also hope that you can think in terms of high health and high wellness for the community. And that's all I have to say. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And then Roberto Rodriguez, who will be the last speaker before we take our lunch break.
Good morning, planning commissioners and staff. My name is Roberto Rodriguez. I'm with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Mid-Central Coast. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Boys and Girls Clubs. I've been served that role for over 23 years. And for over 20 years that I've worked with the Boys and Girls Club, we've always wanted to work in the Orchid area. Our Orchid area comprises of Orchid sports, flag football, basketball, soccer, and we've never been able to provide a space for those kids to be served in the after-school area. The aquatic property that we purchased a little over a year ago has brought that opportunity to us. And with that said, we serve over 1,000 members in the community, in basketball program, 350 in the flag football program, and 350 in the summer basketball program. And with the dense capacities that the school districts provide right now in the after-school care, they're in need of some other after-school care opportunities. And with the housing development that we're proposing in these areas would need somewhere for those kids to go after school and not be some latchkey kids going home to unsupervised areas. So this development and our parcel being partially moved into that development would allow us to provide those services to those students in those areas from the time of 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. in the afternoon. So we just want to thank you for the opportunity to take this opportunity to allow us to rezone that property, which in turn we would sell off to be able to provide the funding needed to build the activity center or community center for the Boys and Girls Club there. So we want to thank you for your opportunity and thank you for your time today.
Mr. Rodriguez, no baseball, huh?
Well, the property has a basin that's about 5 acres of the property that we would develop into recreation area. Baseball could be an area that gets developed.
No need to stretch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, with that, thank you for those speakers. And yes, there are, for those who haven't spoken and intend to speak, I do have your speaker slips here, and we'll begin with you at after our lunch break. Thank you. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Good afternoon and welcome back to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting. And like I indicated just before the break for our lunch, is we're going to continue on with the public comments. And the first one up is going to be John Karamitsos, followed by Robin Dinatz.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Karamitsos, and I'm a District 4 representative of your Trails Advisory Committee. And it's a great group of very thoughtful individuals. And I'm here to echo Faith's comments from earlier today. And just ask you to carefully consider all of our CRATAC recommendations, particularly our revisions to the PRT maps. I feel that parks, trails, and trees are our most cost-effective measures for healthy communities. And so I just wish you well in approaching this monumental task. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Karamitsos. And then next we have Robin Dinatz, followed by Roy Alexander.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Robin Dunitz, and I'm here to speak on the proposed projects that you have been reviewing to meet the housing element requirements that the state has put forth. I do understand the need for affordable units in our county as well as the state mandate, and I'm not against adding units. But I am here to ask you that when the projects are considered, that special care is given to address impacts on existing infrastructure in the communities. Infrastructure which includes roadways in and out of the neighborhoods, adequate parking for new residents, the extra burden that will be borne by law enforcement and fire departments, as well as the adequacy of current water and power resources. I'm also concerned about existing parks and trails. Many of these are already impacted, and in some areas where there's proposed development, they don't even exist. Access to green areas for recreation is important, as Faith said, for a healthy and productive community. Specifically, I can speak to the proposed additional units for Mission Hills. Currently, 115 are proposed, and this is in addition to the 49 units approved, which are across from the proposed sites. Also, there are 450 plus homes approved for the Burton Ranch along Harris Grade. Just a few years ago, we had a wildfire on the outskirts of our neighborhood. Thankfully, winds were in our favor. The air tanker happened to be in Santa Maria, ready to respond. And all the fire departments close by were not at other fires and able to help out. I do know, however, once we received the voluntary evacuation order, we could not get out of our neighborhood. My husband was only able to access our house after being dropped off on Burton Mesa by accessing the trails behind our house. And we figured if we needed to and the winds turned, that would be the way we would leave. I've also spoken with someone who had a spouse teaching at Los Barros, our neighborhood elementary school at the time. And he talked about how she waited that day for parents to be able to come pick up their children. Finally, with the last handful of students there, she gathered them up and violated school policy and left, navigating, again, gridlock to get out, to get them to safety. Not an ideal place. And now we're looking at adding an additional 1,200 plus residents to this little area without added infrastructure. These are all concerns that I ask be addressed prior to approval of any of the projects. And please don't relegate parks and trails as unneeded or not part of safety concerns. I was really saddened to see that only 3 of the projects actually had these in them. And for these reasons, I fully support CRATAC's recommendations regarding the amended PRT maps. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Roy Alexander, followed by Lucy Thomas Harrington. Tom's Harrington, I should say.
I'm Roy Alexander. First, I'd like to mention that for the past several days, I've reached out and spoke to a number of your planners, both in North County and South County, and wanted to publicly thank them for their help and being very easy to approach and stuff. So you have a good staff. Okay. I'm here to speak in opposition of the Latter-day Saints site. As mentioned earlier, this site has some challenges, And we have some pictures here that I want to show you. Is that these are taken from the street level. So when you look at an aerial view, it looks like a flat piece of property, but this is the corner of Waller and Santa Maria Way, which would be the northeast corner. And if you look at the next shot, this is standing on Santa Maria Way looking back towards that same corner, and you can see the elevation rise in the next shot. The next shot would be the southeast corner, and you can see with using the car as a reference that elevation change, that's about 15, 20 feet. So what's being proposed right now are 5 3-story apartment complexes. So you put that on top of this elevation change, and you're looking at a very big change in the complexion and dynamics of that neighborhood. I'm sure there's some grading that can be done, but you cannot grade this much dirt down to ground level and stuff. So currently, the property was rezoned from a church to 28 houses. Would like to see that continue, just have the 28 houses there. I think that's more in line with what the community looks like there, the neighborhood. And the elevation of that would not be as impactful as the 3-story apartment complexes and stuff. The other issue I'd like to talk about too is parking, and it's probably not just for this lot, but it's for your other sites also. Is that right now you guys only require one parking space per unit, and nowadays people are, that's totally inadequate. But nowadays people are having 2 families, 3 families living in 1 unit. And so, you're not only talking about 1 car, 2 cars, 3 cars, you're talking maybe 4 or 5 cars per household now. And the impact it's having on the neighboring streets and neighborhoods is pretty bad. It's hard to, like, say, have friends come over or visitors, and even just the traffic flow and stuff like that with cars parked on each side of the road is very impactful. So hopefully you take that all into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy Toms Harrington, followed by Steve Strachan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Tomes Harrington. I'm a resident of the Mesa Oaks Homeowners Association. I'm speaking as an individual, not as the association. We've been residents in Mesa Oaks for over 40 years. And I would like to ask that prior to rezoning and taking these important actions, that you take into consideration having a comprehensive plan that addresses all of the impacted communities, and answer questions such as how are services being provided to address the higher density homes? How does this affect current homeowners? How do we allow for increased access, egress, and ingress for first responders? How do we cover those services that are already thinly stretched? What roads are being provided, what new roads and what new access will be provided to alleviate traffic that already exists, let alone the higher density traffic that will contribute? What about open spaces and allowing for greater community input to the impacted communities today, as well as the future communities post-rezoning? And how are schools going to be affected in terms of this increased in population? I think these questions are highly relevant as we take a look at the comprehensive communities prior to rezoning, because after rezoning happens, the cart is kind of before the horse, and then we're trying to catch up. So I think a condition of rezoning would be a comprehensive plan that addresses some of these infrastructure issues. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Steve Strachan, and then Mr. Simmons as the representative for this other entity.
Hello, my name is Steve Strachan. I'm a longtime Santa Barbara County resident. My entire working career has been in Parks and Recreation, both as an employee and as a contractor building parks. I just ask, as you guys move through this task of rezoning, that you keep in mind the standard of living created by parks and trails and all of that sort. You know, this number coming in, I understand it has to come in, but it's really going to impact what is existing. And I hope that you can consider looking at sites that do have the recreation element or somehow to mitigate it in any other way. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Simmons, this is regarding which organization or entity?
Chair Martinez, members of the commission, Pete Simmons, Urban Planning Concepts, representing the Apollo Way project, as well as the Apollo Way, the Patel family. This is another one of the projects that came before the Board of Supervisors at 319 that we presented. It was one of the sites, it was a rezone site that actually was reviewed as one of the pending projects as part of the housing element update, which is part of the maps that we've been reviewing tonight or today. And so basically, as I had mentioned, we're in the process currently right now. We're working with staff on a general plan rezone of the existing property from a DR12 to DR12 C2 parcel to DR30. And again, a letter of request has been provided to the Planning Commission outlining our requested rezone. It provides a discussion of how we meet some of the various rezone criteria that have been discussed today. As I mentioned, the Patel family, they're a local developer that is committed to working with staff, the decision makers, and the community for a project that best fits in within the Vandenberg Village area. And today we ask for the Planning Commission the Planning Commission support the change in land use and zoning of our 10.17 acres from DR12 to DR30, with the remainder of the site to be identified as open space. We'd like this project to be added to the list of parcels that are looking to be rezoned as part of this item that is before you today in the coming days. And we thank you for the time that for us to come before you, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have as the meeting continues. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have an additional speaker, Annette Martinez.
Hello, my name's Annette Martinez. I'm an Orchid resident. I had an invitation to come here and I didn't know why. Now I know it's regarding Key Site 26 on Woodmere. When we first moved here 28 years ago, there was a moratorium on building because Laguna Sanitation did not have the capacity for more building. What changed? Did they improve their facilities? Is there a new sanitation station? I don't remember hearing anything about that. That's a concern. Also, water. We're always up, we're always down. What happens in the downtimes? We can't even water our lawn, yet you guys are going to build all these new homes. That doesn't seem right. Plus, that open field in Woodmere isn't just home to eucalyptus trees for the butterflies. There's also at least one pair of giant owls that live there. And also the traffic. It is horrendous. When they started building, we knew it was going to be bad, but we butt up against Bradley Road, and it is a nightmare all day long with the fire engines and emergency services and traffic. Okay, we live next to a couple of high schools. We figured that would be it, but it has gotten really bad. And there's nothing to stop anybody between Patterson Road and Woodmere, or not Woodmere, Union Valley. That has become the new Slaughterhouse Road, also known as a drag strip. And it goes on day in, day out. That's what I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm, I got 3 speaker slips here regarding South County projects, but I just wanted to make sure I give them the opportunity to confirm that they will reserve their time. That's Alex Van Wingerden. Okay. Brent Little.
I'll wait.
Thank you. And Tony Tomasello.
South County.
Okay. You want to wait till the... Okay. Thank you. So that completes the public comment situation here. And now we go to the commissioners. Well, who wants to go first in regards to things? Or am I ahead of myself here? Why don't you correct me?
Mr. Chair, I think now is the time where we will open up the Balancing Act tool, and we can walk through that tool, and then the commissioners can ask questions about sites, and you guys can provide some commentary, or if there's reflections that want to be made by the commission, and then you would go into deliberations.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Sure.
There are a couple questions that came up in public comment, and I'm hoping maybe staff can help respond to that before we jump into the Balancing Act. And that was, well, there's concern about services, so traffic, fire, egress, water, all that stuff. How, you know, I read through the EIR as best I could, but what is the explanation for that? You have people that are concerned about levels of service in multiple infrastructural ways now. Now we're adding new units. I know that everybody's going to continue to pay a development impact fee, and that is theoretically keeping up with everything. But does staff have any simple way to sort of explain that balance?
Commissioner Bridley, through the chair, they're all good questions, and there has been a little bit of a disconnect, I would say, at the state between water demand and housing, but we don't have a reprieve from that. So really what the county can do is ensure that adequate services are available. So we cannot approve a project if they don't have adequate water or they don't have adequate sewer. We can't approve a project if the fire department doesn't sign off on it to ensure that ingress and egress is sufficient, and that there have been other elements included in the project depending on the set of circumstances. Traffic projects will continue to have to pay their development impact fees and help contribute to improvements at intersections. We are making a change, or recommending a change to level of service standards, but I think that's something we're going to have to do, basically, because it becomes a barrier to any housing development. But that doesn't mean they don't have to make the improvements that are identified in traffic studies, provided it just doesn't make the projects infeasible or cause a reduction in unit counts. That would run afoul of the Housing Accountability Act. So we do everything we can to make sure that the services are intact and in place for new development.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Martinez, I have a process question, the answer to which would help me understand what we're doing next. And I'll ask it to Director Plowman. Are we looking to make a separate final decision today on North County, or are we looking to make a tentative one and then we make a kind of North and South County final decision on Monday?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, we were planning to have the commissioner requesting of the commission that they make a final selection for a housing plan for North County today.
Okay, so we don't have to wait to make one
correct.
package.
That's correct.
And I'd like to follow up. The number of units that we're looking for in the North County is how many units?
I'm going to turn that question over to the team. They're all in the low income category.
Okay.
And
449. We've had some updates, so 449 as of right now.
Okay. Yeah. And one last other question. So the definition of unit, is a unit an apartment, or let's just say an apartment with one bedroom, does that count as one unit, or is an apartment with two bedrooms count as 2 units?
They're all one unit.
Okay. Just want to make sure. I believe we're just waiting for a little speaker slip to come in really quick here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Mr. Ray Silva, please.
I'd like to thank you for letting me speak.
I live in Los Alamos. I've lived there for 22 years. And my wife's great-grandfather purchased the property 100 years ago, and it was recently sold for the purpose of this, whatever the gentleman's name is, constructing some 69 housing units between Highway 101 and Price Ranch Road in Los Alamos. We are in opposition to the number of units that are being constructed, the fact that there are 2 stories. We recognize that people need a place to live. Having at one time, me and my 4 brothers and family lived under a walnut tree for months while we were picking walnuts and different types of fruit. So I'm very familiar with that type of situation. The project, as we saw it in the first meeting that was held in San Ynez, indicated that this project is more or less going to look like a beehive because of the closeness of the various units, the way in which there's no room for moving around in units. The biggest concern that we have is the traffic. And the reason I say that is because having lived here 22 years, I have to worry about my life and the life of my wife because of the traffic that comes off the freeway, off North Ramp Treeway. They're supposed to exit at 45 miles per hour, and they exit at 65 miles per hour. I've never seen a car, once it gets off the exit, slow down. There's a stop sign there for us to get onto that same off-ramp in order to go underneath the freeway and into Los Alamos. And in fact, I've had a number of vehicles that climbed up my back end of my car as they exit, even though we had the right of way. And the reason I know that is because of the stoplights that I see as they go by me. They have to put on their brakes in order to make the curve turn. Now, why do I say that? Because the traffic in Los Alamos is increasing. Well, I would say we stop the traffic once a year when we have the parade on Highway 135. So, but other than that, the traffic going through town, and when you add all those number of units.
Mr. Silva, I'm going to have to stop you there. There's the 3-minute rule there, and we've expired.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Silva.
Keep that in mind.
Thank you. So now we're back to staff.
Thank you, and good afternoon again, Chair Martinez and Planning Commissioners. Before we jump into Balancing Act, I did have a couple more slides here to go through in the PowerPoint presentation, beginning with a summary of our North County letters of intent that we received from developers as a result of the workshop on March 19th. 2 projects of note here, the second and third projects, are Apollo Way and Constellation, which you've heard about. These are pending projects, unlike the potential rezone sites we've covered in the interactive map earlier this morning. The developer for these sites has submitted letters of intent for each one with proposed rezones of DR30 rather, and they're proposing 302 and 60 lower income units respectively. As pending projects, they're considered part of the county's existing housing capacity, unlike potential rezone sites. I'll note these projects again before the process of selecting rezone sites when Balancing Act is open. And one other thing to note about the North County LOIs is that the Latter-day Saints site, last one in this table, otherwise known as Magnolia Apartments, is unique in that the low-income units would be deed restricted. So now I'll introduce Balancing Act. Selecting sufficient sites to accommodate the RENA and 15% buffer is going to require complex calculations, and the task has to be performed twice. Therefore, we have a balancing act simulation for the North County, which we'll look at today, and a separate one for the South Coast, which we will visit on Monday. Balancing Act allows users to select or deselect sites and calculates the resulting number of potential housing units for each income level. It also lets the user know when a sufficient number of sites have been selected to create a housing plan that accommodates the RENA and 15% buffer. As you can see on this slide, a total of 2,226 people visited the North County simulation, and out of those, 56 submitted housing plans for consideration. By contrast, 3,057 people viewed the South Coast simulation, and 141 people submitted housing plans for that subregion. Today we'll be focusing on the North County simulation. And as Ms. Plowman just mentioned, the final outcome of this exercise will be the Commissioner's selection of North County sites to recommend that the board rezone to meet the RENA and 15% buffer. Before we move into the tool, I'd like to show you a summary of the public input we gathered from the North County Balancing Act submissions. This graph shows the 10 most popular North County housing sites that were selected as part of the public submissions. The axis on the left shows the number of selections for each site. The percentages on top of each bar show the percentage of total submissions for that site. That is, a percentage out of 56 submissions. As you can see by looking at key site 10, no single site was chosen more than 19 out of 56 times. Or in other words, no individual site was chosen by more than 33% of the participants. Balancing Act has been continually updated, and certain sites were not available for selection for a majority of the time if they were builder's remedy, such as key site 26. Now we'll open up the Balancing Act tool. By way of background, I'll first explain the site categories and how they affect the RENA. So over on the right-hand side here, we have the county's existing housing capacity. This is the capacity that includes a number of units it can automatically count towards the RENA in each income level. And it includes vacant sites under existing zoning, here. It includes projected ADUs based on past development trends, which is here. And it includes pending projects. Clicking on the pending projects icon brings a drop-down list of all pending projects that the county is counting towards the RENA. Again, Apollo A and Constellation are shown as the first two pending projects for the North County's current capacity. But the tool hasn't been updated yet to reflect the developer letter of intent for these two sites, and the sites currently show as having above moderate income units, which staff can change if requested during a recess today. The remaining 13 projects on this list are also part of the North County's current capacity, with the exception of the final two sites that are Builder's Remedy, Granite and Rancho La Laguna. As Mrs. Steele Blossom explained earlier, these particular Builder's Remedy applications were submitted after the county adopted the housing element update, were not analyzed under the program EIR, and therefore the county cannot count them towards the RENA. The final tab on Balancing Act is our North County Potential Rezone Sites tab. Before we begin selecting sites, I now want to open the floor to comments by the commissioners.
Commissioner Bradley?
So I'm sorry.
I have a quick question. The previous slide that you had where you had those numbers were, it was like 156 and 30 something, it was the very first one. Do those numbers correlate with the numbers that you were showing in just your last slide? I mean, I see 156, 302, 60, 130, that's like 640 units.
We haven't had direction to update the balancing act tool yet, but we can do that.
Okay, so
Right
this
now.
this number is the most up-to-date, is what I'm getting at, the one that we're looking at right now, as to the units that are within the projects that we're considering today.
Correct.
But the number we need to meet is the 442.
Correct. And just for reference, when you're doing the math, the first site, Key Site 26, shows 156 lower income units. And if we do update balancing act here today, that site will show a reduction in low income units because balancing act is reflecting the numbers from the housing element update that have 425 lower income units on this site. The other projects from that slide would increase the number of lower income units.
So which numbers are we going to use then, is what I'm getting at? This one or the one on the balancing act?
Do you want to start? Go ahead.
Commissioner Martinez, I think that in concept, we wanted to make sure you understood that this is forthcoming information. We've just received it really over the last few days in some instances, and as late as yesterday after 5. So I think the concept we had is that we wanted to show you what's in the housing element now, but as you go through and talk about sites, then we can, if it looks like it's a site you're interested in including, then with perhaps a break, we can then adjust the numbers to reflect what's being shown on the screen here. So for example, if you pick one of the sites but not another one, well, then we don't need to add the one that you're excluding.
Okay, I think I remember this concept. It's kind of like a balloon. If you squeeze this side to the numbers go to that side. Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, kind of like that. It all reflects
Now
kind
I
of what your preferences are, and then we can accommodate those to see how they play out in terms of the score and at what point do we achieve a housing plan.
Okay. And then my other question was, then you had a slide that said site selections in the top 10 thing. When it was the term site selections, help me understand that. Does that mean that people clicked on that site, or that they gave an indication we like this site better?
Correct. So when Balancing Act was being used by the public, they have the option to submit their version of an ideal housing plan that meets the RENA allocation and 15% buffer. And so this slide synthesizes the outcome of all of those submissions and combined the top 10 choices that were included in a plan to meet the RENA.
So this is the general public looking on the site.
The general public, correct.
Saying, I like this, and it indicates the percentages of the most liked, which would be the key site 10 in this instance. Okay, thank you. Do you have any other? Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, I have a procedural question here. So as you work through this device, and since most of these happen to be in my district, I'm going to be expected to say which ones are attractive, which ones we want to include, and which ones we may not include. But at some point, I'm going to be expected to give some summary comments and make forward a motion for which ones we're actually going to approve. So is that going to be at a later time? Okay.
Commissioner Reed, that will be later today.
Okay.
That there will be a summary, but if there are, if we get direction from the commission about specific sites and the assumptions about specific sites based on some of the presentations that we heard at the workshop, for instance, like we heard on Key Site 11, they wanted to do a certain percent of their site as C2 and a certain percent of their site as DR, and then some as open space. That's not built into the Balancing Act tool right now. That's new information that we received. If the commission is so inclined to support what the landowner proposed, we can change the assumptions. We can take a break during the Planning Commission, and we can build in those assumptions that were presented to us in the workshop in the Balancing Act tool so that we have the correct numbers built into the system as you're developing your housing plan. So it would be good if the commission, in particular you, because many of these sites were in your district, has sites that we received new information on. I think it was Apollo, maybe Key Site 10, Key Site 11, and one other. It'd be good to know that before you begin deliberations on which sites will be selected, so that we could get feedback from the commission that you all support those changes in Balancing Act. We can take a break, and we can build those changed assumptions into it, and then that would be the tool you would be using. It would be updated pursuant to those changes in densities or unit counts.
Okay.
I have a feeling I've confused people.
I've got a process question too.
Yeah.
We're about to start looking at sites under the balancing tool.
Right.
Is this part of staff presentation or is this deliberation? Because I'm not at all interested in voting yay or nay on these sites one at a time. I want to hear Commissioner Bridley, I was about to say Commissioner Bridley, because I want to hear her preliminary comments on South Coast, just like I want to hear his on the North County, and I don't want to express opinions on each site as we laboriously go through them. I think we are looking at a complete package, and I think it goes faster, frankly, if those who bear the brunt of it in their districts can at least give us their shot. So if staff wants to go through each project now and how the Balancing Act, whatever it says about it, okay, I don't personally need that. And if staff is intending that we deliberate as staff presents on those, but only one project at a time, I'm not interested in that either.
So, Commissioner Park, I think what I'm asking for is if Commissioner Reed and the 4th District would like us to change some of the assumptions in the Balancing Act tool for some sites that we receive new information on, I would like to do that sooner, like now. We get that direction, make sure all the commission's comfortable with those requested changes. These were based on things that we heard at the workshop for the most part. And then the commission can build the housing plan. It's up to the commission how you want to do that. We're going to have to go through the Balancing Act and pick sites, right? That's the only way you can build the housing plan. We don't have to spend a bunch of time discussing each of those sites because you already know about them. But that is the way in which we will build the housing plan.
Right, and several of us have a tentative list of sites we would approve and sites we would not, and we have it already.
Okay.
And I'd rather look at somebody's list and work from there.
That's fine.
But it sounds like what you're doing now is just look at each site and see if we want to change the assumptions that are made in the Balancing Act. Anybody say no? I mean, if they got more specific information of what they're proposing as opposed to an assumption, it seems like, yeah, good.
So,
well, I was just going to say the problem I have with the Balancing Act is I don't have those numbers in front of me where I actually see them and consider them.
Well, you will as we're going through.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will.
It'd be nice if physically we had like a copy of, for me personally, I could see them and put my own marks next to it. That might just help me personally, but I don't know what the other commissioners have.
Do you have a computer with you? Because you can certainly bring that up and be looking at it. Yeah.
As I tell the judges, I forgot it.
I forgot.
Yeah. No, I don't. But I just look at trying to entail the number. I'm even taking pictures of what's up here. But,
this is a new tool, so this is the first time we're using a tool like this, so I can understand why there's sort of, how is this going to work? And I think, so what I would like to do is see if Commissioner Reed has some suggested changes to some of the sites that are in the Orcutt area based on what we heard at the workshop. And then we can we can see get direction on if we need to make some changes to the Balancing Act. Then we can come back and open it up and look at it.
Yeah.
And then we'll start working through it. And I think it'll be pretty self-explanatory once we start working through it. And if you need to stop on a particular site to ask a question about it, we can do that.
Okay. Well, I would trust in your thought process in regards to it. I mean, we're trying to get through this and in a considerate manner.
Sure.
And not overlook things. But Commissioner Reed, I mean, you have the biggest impact here. I would say that just from even my conversation at lunchtime right now, that the 5th District has a secondary impact because everybody, all consider us, well, literally one almost in some senses, but yeah. Commissioner Reed?
Right, well, I think it would make much more sense since I can make some comments. We can go over, I don't see a necessity of going over all, 36 North County sites?
18, I think. 18.
Is there 36 or something? Just a big number of potential sites. How many are there?
It's
18.
36
Okay.
countywide.
Countywide, yeah.
So, but, after a great deal of consideration and looking at the current data, looking at the history relative to many of these sites, looking at, a lot of other factors like the Board of Supervisors list of criteria, analyzing each site regarding its present readiness to move forward, looking at some sites that even though I had really hoped to be able to rule on them either in or out, that have sufficient levels of complexity to render them something that's much more appropriate to be considered by a Board of Supervisors rather than us. I've come up with a relatively short list, and I think it would be more appropriate just to look at those and consider those in this process rather than the whole bunch of them. I think that makes sense, but because by doing this, they're going to reveal what the short list is, and I realize this can be a relatively emotional event for a lot of people in the audience, because many residents, their home is the biggest single investment they will ever make. So I realize a lot of these decisions can be rather impactful to them. I'd like to assure them that even though this process has been rather truncated due to scheduling limitations necessitated by requirements of the state, we have exerted the maximum level of consideration on all of them. So, I think we've done absolutely the best we can in terms of evaluating them. So that said, be proceeding, prepared to go ahead on this, and then at some later time after the recess and the time to have staff compile all these changes, we'd be prepared to forward a motion relative to that. So starting off, I would like to, to look at the revised expectations for Apollo Way. You can plug that in.
Great. And there's some, I believe there was some reflections on acreage that would be zoned open space and recreation and acreage that would be zoned 20 to 30 units per acre. And if
Right, I believe there's 10.17 acres they would like to go to DR 2030.
Okay.
I believe is that what you're looking at in terms of the revision? And is that reflected in the letter that's under consideration?
That's correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, that's correct. The final layout, if you end up wanting to rezone or do a split zoning for that, we'd have to work to figure out the exact acreage, but that's the general concept.
Okay. Next one I'd like to consider would be the Boys and Girls Club. Like to look at the 4 acres, to change to DR 2025.
And I believe that's in the southern portion? Is that the southern portion of the site?
Yes.
Okay.
The south portion, that's the portion they would like to potentially develop and market to enable them to fund the site on the northern portion. like to look at key site 11. Just basically as proposed to get roughly 10 acres C2 and then move 5 acres to DR 20 to 30, I believe.
And then the remainder, I think, is to be open space. The southern portion is to be open
Yes.
space.
Yeah, because it's in 2 parcels. Is it in 2? No, it's not the one that's 2 parcels. That's 10. Okay. That's 10. Let's see. So we've done Apollo, key site 10, key site 11. That's the 10 acres C2 and the 5 acres DR 2030. Yeah,
Sorry, Commissioner Reed, did you say something about key site 10?
I think we still need to go over that, yeah.
Yeah, we want to do 10 and 11.
Okay, and so on key site 10, can you describe what the...
Okay, 4.5 acres of the southern parcel to be zoned DR 2030.
Okay.
And the remainder open space for rec.
Okay, super.
So then we've already done key site 11. Have we done that?
And Boys and Girls Club,
Then
okay.
Boys and Girls Club, yes. Then additionally, I'd like to include Mariposa Real as proposed. And the Hummel cottages as proposed. That's it.
Okay.
Now, there's some other sites out in third district, other districts that I also find attractive. Would that be appropriate to mention those now?
Sure.
Okay, Shumash LLC and the Blue Sky in New Carolina.
Great. So I think now would be a good time for us to, or Alex, did you have something you wanted to add?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think as we start updating these numbers, it might be prudent or helpful to advise on how to treat key site 26, because there is a significant difference between what was assumed for that site under the housing element and what is now proposed under their letters of intent. Not that it would mean you wanting to necessarily rezone that, but it would affect the calculations,
Yeah.
perhaps.
I think if we, sorry to respond for you, Commissioner Reed, but I think what we should do is, if that site does come up as a site that would be selected as part of this housing plan, we would make the decision then. But I did not hear it as being a site that's identified right now as a possible rezone site.
Yeah, personally, I think it's attractive. I like to look at that, but I think it still has unresolved complexities that would be better handled by the board of supervisors, not by us, because they have the legislative power to really do what's required to finalize it. We don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So if we could take, Ms. Marrero, how much time do you think you need to make some adjustments based on that direction for those 4 sites that we have to tweak?
Commissioners, I would appreciate 10 or so minutes.
That's fine. Commissioner Park, do you have a comment to make before we do that?
Yeah, it might help knowing that you're taking suggestions from 2 planning commissioners, not 1, because I independently came up with nearly the same short list, and then I discussed it with Commissioner Reed, and I support his short list, and at such time as he goes to make a motion, I would second it. And I'm very familiar with, we may have different reasons for supporting the same projects, but I just thought maybe that helps with the relevancy of it.
Great.
What you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll take that 10, 15 minutes. And when you come back, will you give us a visualization of exactly where physically these are all located?
Yeah, Commissioner Martinez, I will bring them up one by one on the map, or if preferred, I can zoom into sort of a regional view of the ORCUT sites and then zoom out again and hover over, the blue sky and the Chumash sites.
But we'll work through the balancing act and pick the sites that were just discussed and
Correct.
see how it builds the housing plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Both work.
Yep.
Both working with. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Hot mic. Okay, now we're back on. Okay. Well, welcome back, and I believe it's staff's opportunity to present their presentation in light of Commissioner Reed as indicated, as well as Commissioner Park. So it's all yours.
Thank you, Chair Martinez and Commissioner Reed. We have incorporated the changes to Balancing Act. So now I thought we could go in and visit each of the sites that you listed. So we'll begin here in New Kuyama with the Blue Sky Center. And can make that first click.
Let's have him tell us where to start.
Sorry?
Let's have him tell us where to start.
Okay. On second thought, would you like to tell us where you want to start out of your sites?
I don't think it makes any difference, does it? Let's just start wherever you want.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. So with Blue Sky, we click yes, and the numbers adjust. Now we'll move over to Chumash. And we adjust the numbers.
So, Eva, can you clarify what has happened with the Apollo site?
Yes.
So, if you go to that, go to Vandenberg Village, please. There you go. So, explain how that's built in, please.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Plowman. Apollo Way now reflects 302 lower income units per Commissioner Reed's recommendation and the updated plans for the site. So what that did was it bumped up the county's lower income RENA existing capacity to 800, well, now we're at 872 units. That's with the inclusion of Chumash and Blue Sky. And so what we have right now is just a shortfall of 56 lower income units for that RENA subdivision.
Yeah, so the reason I bring it up is that we don't have to select it. It's now built in as a pending project.
Correct.
At that number.
And sorry, one other clarification, if you didn't catch it, is that the prior version of the Balancing Act had assumed 0 lower income units for Apollo. So it's a significant adjustment from 0 to 302, which is why your shortfall has now decreased significantly.
Yeah. Great, thanks for the clarification. So I will move over now to Orcutt area, where we can look at the sites that we just discussed, one of which is Key Site 11 here. I can try to zoom in a little bit more for you. And clicking yes with these new assumptions of 52 low-income units, 36 moderate, 8 above moderate to reflect 5 acres of DR 2030. And then we can move to Key Site 10 with its new assumptions. And at this point, now that I've included Key Site 10, we are at a surplus now of our RENA units, but I can continue with the selection that
Please do.
you mentioned.
Yeah.
Great. Selecting Boys and Girls Club. Selecting Hummel. And selecting Mariposa Real. And that covers all of them. So now we have selected, Hummel Cottages is selected, yes.
So in this case, with all of these selections, we have more units than we need, but that is not necessarily a bad thing. That is probably a good thing because we don't know exactly at what income levels units will come in at. And so it gives the county some additional buffer in the event that some sites are developed with less lower income units than we anticipated. So, but that, I just wanted to raise that for the commission.
Yeah, I certainly have no problem at all and would like to keep an extra capacity.
15%, is that factored in?
The 15% has already been factored
Okay,
in.
great.
Yeah. 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 So this is your housing plan. And I think at this point, what we want to do is take a sort of a straw poll. It's kind of like a soft motion, because our whole package includes ordinance amendments and everything that relate to both the north and the south. So we would take a soft motion on this housing plan, and then we can transition to the initial discussion about South County.
Do we need a soft second?
Super soft second.
Softly accepted. Yeah. So we'll just take a straw poll is what you're asking for. Yeah?
That's fine.
So let's just see for the commissioners, if you would raise your hand, if you'd be accepting what has now been presented. Oh, okay. There you go.
All right. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Reed, for doing all that work and making this a smooth process.
Yeah, and again, there's some other of these I really wanted to deal with, but I think they're much more appropriate for Board of Supervisors, not for us. And I want everybody to know, in no way would I ever discount. I know I'm supposed to shut up after you get buying signals, but after many years in marketing and sales, but I don't want anyone to have any suspicion that we didn't expend a lot of thought, grief, sleepless nights over the last week or so wrestling with these issues, and the fact that our decisions would be good news to some people and produce disappointment to others, but we absolutely have done the very best job we could do, affording them the consideration due to these decisions that have the gravity to people that are neighbors and participants. But as a resident of Santa Maria with a lot of, very direct knowledge of what happens when the zoning and efforts really don't support the housing needs, and someone who's seen formerly what I thought were beautiful neighborhoods I grew up in and in which my grandparents and other relatives resided, turning to something far less by a proliferation of unpermitted housing and ADUs that have changed the nature of so many neighborhoods. Hopefully not forever, but that's what it looks like. I think we've all worked judiciously to try to spare all these county areas from such a fate. So we did not take any of these decisions lightly. So hope you can appreciate that fact. With that, I will be quiet. Thank you.
So in light of that, and I imagine then, well, I don't imagine, I would hope that we can move into the South County and at least give the opportunity for those who are here, that were here to speak about the South County, to now do their general comments.
Sounds great. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to go down the list of the people that were here for South County. I don't know if they stayed here, but all right, so they are here. So I'm going to go down the list here. And we do have some online, but for those who are here, I'm going to get to them first. Jeff Nelson.
Good afternoon, Jeff Nelson here on behalf of Jordan Property. I'm just going to say a few things and make a more complete presentation on Monday. So last Tuesday was a big day. Everyone gave their 10-minute speech on what their project was and showed graphics and forced all of their workers to do incredible work to get ready for that, which is a great thing, actually. Deadlines are a great thing sometimes. And Tuesday was also a big day because the EIR came out. The EIR came out the same day as the presentations. And there's an environmentally superior alternative, which to me should be your fundamental building block for what you do in the South County. I didn't review it for the North County. And it focuses on the high quality
transportation corridor, Hollister, which is the most efficient way to move people about the community. And it's Georgie and a select few others that are fronting on Hollister. So if you act and not respect the 1,000-page document that sorted those alternative sites, then I think you're just out of sync with what an incredible amount of work has yielded now. So the second thing I want to say is you had a colloquy with Mr. Park and the director when you first talked about the housing element, and you said, hey, what's the deal on these SB 330s, complex projects? And Director Plowman said, you know, there's friendly and there's unfriendly SB 330s, and that's very true. And so we did it to protect the rights of our clients who are retirement age now, have been waiting 52 years for an urban use. And we've made many, many changes. We've done incredible planning. We've had up to 7 architects at one time working on the 9 different zones. And we said it has to be real. For us to get involved, it has to be real. We're going to make a real project, and as if it's going to get developed. So we've been acting that way, and we will make whatever adjustments are necessary. But I think it's a great site. We're proud of it, and more to come on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. John Blair, followed by Brent Little.
Hold it with that slide up. Sorry. We have a visual for some of the changes we made based on the last meeting, so. Okay. Great. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is John Blair, and I'm a member of the project team for San Marcos Ranch, 996-unit multifamily rental community proposed to be built on the San Marcos Growers 1 and 2 sites in partnership with the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. We've listened to the supervisor's comments and concerns last week and your suggestions in our meetings that have made some important changes to the San Marcos Ranch project. Number one, it's going to be more affordable. We've added 5% or 50 more affordable units. We're now able to provide 25% or 250 affordable units for the project. 2, connectivity between the projects, which you can see on the map. We've worked to create more connectivity between our project and the 2 neighboring proposed projects, Tatum and Montessori. We've created an off-street walking path which allows Tatum and Montessori residents to access the Vons, CVS Shopping Center, and San Marcos High School by foot safely. 3.
Chair, can someone just scroll around and explain where not everybody may understand Tatum, Montessori, and San Marcos.
Yeah, if I may, I'll just go. I can do that.
I can show them. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Vanna White.
That's Tatum.
This is San Marcos Shopping Center, high school, elementary school.
You should be all right.
And Montessori. So somebody can repeat that on the mic. So somebody can pick that. Oh, thank you.
Okay, so this is the Montessori site. This is the San Marcos Growers 1 and 2, and this is the Tatum property. And you have an elementary school here, and then the high school is across Turnpike on the other side. Is there anything else you would like me to point out?
If you could just show the open space that we've created in the path.
So there was a question about from Supervisor Hartman about creating more connectivity in this neighborhood, and so they have provided a path along here that will take you out to the road that would connect into the high school. And then also, this is access into the shopping center here. They have an internal access here. And then this is the open space area that they've added that will connect with this Oak Grove that Tatum is proposing. And so that there's a collaboration really between these properties to provide more public open space. Did I do it justice?
You did a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just continuing on to explain a little more, we've created an Oak Grove Public Park, which preserves existing large oaks and specimen nursery trees on the property. The San Marcos Ranch Public Oak Grove complements and enlarges the oak land, which will be provided by the Tatum project, which you can see up above, offering a community benefit for the entire neighborhood to enjoy. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Tatum team for working with us to create this space. I'd like to point out that San Marcos Growers 1 and 2 is the only large proposed rezone property that is included in all 5 alternatives of the PEIR to help you meet your RENA obligation. And lastly, as a reminder, San Marcos Ranch is a true infill location, walkable to 2 major MTD lines, walkable to the Vaughn Shopping Center next door, walkable to 3 public schools, surrounded by Class 1 and 2 bike paths and major arterial roads, Hollister, Turnpike, and Patterson, and the 101 freeway, all resulting in low VMTs for this site, given its proximity to thousands of jobs and transportation options. We have also partnered with the South Coast Chamber's Employee-Sponsored Housing Consortium to encourage local workforce tenants. Lastly, the ownership is 100% local and plans to own and operate the San Marcos Ranch for generations to come. And thank you for your consideration and the excellent work you're doing, as well as the planning staff.
Mr. Blair, could you clarify what affordability the 5% that you added will be at?
Moderate. They'll fall into the moderate. So we'll have 200 low and 50 moderate.
Thank
Total
you.
250.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Brent Little, followed by Alex Van Wingarden. Wingarden.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Brent Little, and I'm here today on behalf of the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara and Red Tail Multifamily Land Development. Today I'll be speaking both about the Tatum site and the Baylord site collectively, and when I speak about differences in our proposal, I'll identify those for you. Both groups own and manage all their own property throughout the county. They both, Tatum and the Housing Authority, have significant real estate assets across the county and manage those independently. And what that allows both groups is access to various employers and different employee programs to work on employee-sponsored housing. And we will definitely be continuing that on both projects and conducting our outreach to local employers to the extent it's appropriate with the Fair Housing Act. Our proposal today, our rezone plans include, for the Tatum property, 545 units, 110 of which are affordable, which is a 20% affordability. And for the Baylord site, it's 182 units, of which 50 are affordable. So that's a 27% affordability. Our affordability limits are going to be low, very low, and extremely low for both sites. In exchange for the rezone and ministerial process, we're willing to recall, cancel, however we do it, our builder's remedy applications. In addition to that, I want to point out that both the Tatum site and the Baylord site are not agriculturally zoned. They're both residentially zoned. And as it pertains to the Baylord site, we had conversations with Coastal Commission staff, and they indicated to us that they would be supportive of the Baylord site because it is not agriculturally zoned. As it pertains to the Tatum site, and thank you to Mr. Blair for pointing out, and Ms. Plowman for pointing out where our property is and the oak woodland. When we first started this process, we did look at the oak woodland and recognize that we needed to set that aside. And we are collaborating with our neighbors in that connectivity. We've done a significant amount of biology on it, and it's our intent to preserve that as a passive open space working with our neighbors. Lastly, the Tatum site is owned currently by SBUSD, and it's very important to them and to the community that we provide some sort of district housing at that site. We're working with them on a preference program. Again, it needs to align with fair housing, but we are committed to chasing it down to the end to find a way to establish housing for district employees. And that's it. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
I have a question. Mr. Little, with regard to your last comment about district housing, I presume that that would mostly be moderate income housing?
Well, we haven't determined what the affordability limits are. Right now, we're looking at low, very low, and extremely low.
Including on the district
all of them
housing?
across. But I'm not sure how that works with, we've looked at a number of the salaries at the district and tried to work them in there. But the important point I think that we're trying to make is that we're going to try and find a way to provide district housing there. Again, our goal, though, right now is low, very low, and extremely low.
Got it.
I had one question too, sorry. Your site has been a pending project for a long time, right? So you're back in now because this is an opportunity to increase the number of units and the number of portables. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. We originally looked at just doing a by right. This is an SB 330 project. It's been deemed complete. Our unit count's roughly 355 units. We were looking at doing 20% affordable under that project as well. But honestly, working with long-range planning, we see another opportunity. Also, SBUSD is very interested in providing as much meaningful housing for district staff. And so, and then you layer in the other projects and the connectivity and the oak space, and I think it all just kind of adds to, we need to increase the unit count out there so that we can do all these things. But that was our original unit count.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'll keep you one more minute,
Yeah.
Mr. Little. The oak woodland area, it's important to the neighborhood that is planned. This is something that your site is committed to preserving as part of the project.
Absolutely. We've studied it with biologists, arborists, landscape architects. I personally walked every square inch of the property. Every tree that's over 6 inches in diameter, we've tagged and geolocated with surveys. So we have an in-depth knowledge of every aspect of that resource out there.
Well, I have to compliment you on teaming up with your next door neighbor to make both parcels more attractive. Thank you.
Absolutely. Look forward to working with them. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Alex Van Wingerden, followed by Tony Tomasello.
All right, well, good afternoon, Chairman Martinez and members of the Planning Commission Board. I'm Alex Van Wingerden. I'm here representing our two development projects in Carpinteria for Van Wingerden 1 and Van Wingerden 2. Our partners in these projects is People Self-Help, represented by Ken Trujillo, and we're working with Communify and Head Start program as participants in our projects and trying to make them have or first Unify, accommodate their need because Carpinteria has not been a stable home for them, and they've had to move around a lot, so that's important to our family. And a lot of our employees and the local workers in Carpinteria do live in some of the people's self-help housing complexes, and they've done a very good job as far as running a clean housing development as well as supporting the local community. We have had open, positive dialogue with community members, including teachers, firefighters, technological industry employers who are proponents of increasing housing in Carpinteria by way of our 2 projects. Our vision and goals for our development projects is to provide farm worker housing to our employees and other local agricultural workers, alleviate the agricultural housing crisis that challenges local farmers and ranchers, to support people that fall into the missing middle economic category, which is desperately needed in the Carpinteria Valley. We are looking to allocate homes to the local community members whose trades support our agricultural operations. We intend to allocate homes to first responders, teachers, and educators, physicians, and medical assistants, and many other members of our community that work in Carpinteria and would love for nothing more than to live in the town they work in. Our goal is to limit travel time of our local workforce, reduce traffic congestion, and increase support and revenues for our local community. Our intention is to provide community benefits, including walking trails, community gardens, playgrounds, pickleball courts, and an off-leash dog park, possibly the only one in Carpinteria, if there's any at all. Our target allocation of housing will exceed the minimum regulations for low and moderate income. We believe that rezoning our 2 agricultural properties to residential is the best solution for the use of our properties and long-term future. Additional housing for our farm workers is essential. Both properties are surrounded by non-agricultural uses that conflict with agricultural operations. The 2 properties have limited agricultural potential and long-term viability to remain in agriculture. Van Wingeren 1 has specific challenges with complaints about wind machine noise, tractor noise, dust movement, high water table, hard pan challenges, hoop house use as farming tools, additional requirements to utilize crop protection products, and limited potential to create sufficient economical income that supports the cost of the property. Since my 3 minutes are up, I just want to take care of our local, our 130 employees that work for us, and thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Commissioner Kinney.
Mr. Van Wingeren, we spoke on the telephone a couple days ago, and I had some questions then, which I think are pertinent, but I can't remember your answers exactly.
Okay,
so,
no worries.
What is your response to the letter that the commission received from the Carpinteria Valley Association that the rural-urban boundary is impacted by this proposal?
So my response is that in these 2 particular parcels, we've pretty much already been encroached. That boundary has been pretty much forced upon us and has already moved into our properties. When I ran out of time in my comments, we are dealing with numerous different conflicts, and we manage them, but when you have residents against agriculture, like the wind machines, the tractor noise, the dust, people not wanting hoop houses, those are issues that we have to deal with. We have, both properties have either residential or non-agricultural use on multiple sides. One big issue we deal with is when we have to use crop protection products to protect our crops. Because we're close to the schools, in this case Catalino and Carp High, we have to submit a special report on what chemicals we're going to use. They have to be approved by the local ag commissioner, and it's an additional process, but also restricts our flexibility to use what we normally would use in agricultural properties that are further away from residential developments. So we're really already dealing with huge impacts, and because basically residential has come around us, we feel that rural boundary has been artificially already moved, and we're just having to farm differently and have less flexibility to farm how we can, and it does economically challenge us.
So yeah, you're full of information. You probably went by about 2 minutes ago what I was asking. So
okay,
but it's fine. How about the one neither of these proposed sites is currently growing cannabis?
No, they're not.
Have they ever grown cannabis?
The Van Wingeren 2 could never do it because it's within the 600-foot boundary of the school districts. So, and then we have not submitted for 4098, which is Van Wingeren 1.
Okay. And finally, with respect to the overall plan, basically your motivation is that farming issues other than the cost of cannabis are motivating you to seek another path.
Yes, it is. You know, and over time, we've also accrued debt in our farming operations, and we need to find a way to restructure and reduce our costs and also protect our biggest asset, which is our people. And that's the biggest challenge, is hiring good people and getting them into carpinteria and the quality of life that they have when they have to commute versus they can spend more time with their family if they lived in town.
Do you mind just staying there for a minute, and we'll point out is that what you wanted, is to identify the location of the sites?
Yeah, Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, we wanted to, as you were talking about it, I asked Ms. Marrero to bring up the aerial photo that shows the two sites that Mr. Van Wingerden is discussing. And you can see the proximity to the urban boundary and the urban uses, and which I think this aerial exhibits one of the reasons why these two sites were actually selected as something that the staff would propose for a potential rezone.
Okay, do you feel like it would help the commission and the audience to have those pointed out at this time?
Sure.
Thank you, David, for always thinking ahead.
Okay, so this is the Van Weerden 1 site, and as you can see, it is surrounded by residential development here. There's a detention basin here. I believe that's the People Self-Help Housing project there. And then also urban and residential development here. So it has agriculture here and here. But we felt that the bringing the urban boundary line along this way and down would minimize any disruption to the agricultural operations out there, but also allow for some residential development on a site that has had some challenges with respect to farming. And then Van Wingerden 2 is over here, and you can see this is the high school right here. This is urban development here, and here. So it has urban development on two sides.
And the Boys and Girls Club, can you identify that?
I actually don't know where that is. Oh, right there. That's it right there.
Great.
So it's a good proximity to the school and the Boys and Girls Club facility.
Mr. Chair, before you leave, City of Carpinteria jurisdictional line is where, do we know? Isn't it?
It really follows the urban development line here.
Okay. And how about over on Van Wingerden 1?
Same thing.
No,
actually, I think this neighborhood's in the county.
Okay.
Yeah, this neighborhood's in the county, but this is in the city here.
Right. Okay. And just one other question. I'm not sure, maybe Mr. Van Wingerden can explain it, but so now we're taking that out of farming and putting it in housing. Do you own the properties north of it, or are you the farmers there? Or?
We do not. So my dad, Case, and Jerry own Van Wingerden 1. Jerry owns this parcel right here, which is in Cannabis. And then they own this together. Then my parents own Van Wingerden 2 separately.
Well, the reason I ask is, now we're going to put housing there, and then you're still going to have the housing ag interface and potential conflicts. So I guess that's a risk you're willing to take. That's a decision you've made.
Yes, and I could give you some ideas on how we're working on mitigating that too. So.
And there's a buffer, right? So for housing that's built here, there would have to be a buffer from agricultural uses.
Okay.
Which you don't have now, right? Because those buffers came into existence in the county's requirements.
Okay,
Yeah.
Good point.
Also, a lot of farm worker housing who are more open to being near ag.
That's true.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Chair Martinez, I'd just like to add that, we've received quite a few comments on this from different interests. But just to let you know, we spent a lot of time looking for properties in the Carpinteria Valley area, and they're very difficult to come by. And so we narrowed down a list of several dozen properties down to these. But one of the key factors was, as Mr. Van Wingerden mentioned, is that the partnering with people's self-help was a key factor in us recommending these for rezone.
Thank you.
And I guess I would add, too, is that the staff looked from one end of the South Coast to the other to try and identify sites with the desire to make sure that we spread housing as much as we possibly could across the county, because there's needs everywhere. And so there was not as many available sites in this area, but we have done our best to try and bring some into the discussion.
Thank you. So up next is Mr. Tony Tomasello, and that will be followed by Ted Mullen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Tony Tomasello. I'm with RRM Design Group. I'm also here representing both the Baylord and Tatum projects. I'll spare you too many redundancies, but wanted to hit on a couple additional items and reiterate a few things. So the first being that these are non-agricultural sites. Both are planned and zoned as residential sites. Specifically with respect to Tatum, it had about 2/3 of it is already zoned DR20, and then a low-density residential portion of the site. It was included in the Eastern Garlita Valley Community Plan with policies expecting and facilitating a neighborhood development of this type. With respect to Baylord, as you see here, currently zoned a low-density residential. However, it's been owned by the Carpinteria School District. It has been previously slated for development as a school. And both of these sites are surplus sites subject to the Surplus Lands Act. And so both are being proposed for housing as is required under that act. With respect to the urban-rural boundary line, particularly in Carpinteria, essentially that line follows the city's boundaries. If this were to be developed as a school, that line would need to have been moved in any case. So that would have necessitated the need to move the urban-rural boundary line to accommodate that type of development. We have deemed complete applications on both of these projects, but we've been working closely with staff over this past essentially year because this rezoning really offers new opportunities for both of these sites to be improved. In total, between both sites, the opportunity to add over 50 affordable units, a total of about 160. And that's, I think, especially important given some of the high affordable assumptions that are made in that balancing tool. And then the rezoning also offers the opportunity to make other improvements to these sites and the project designs, add more diversity in the housing types, especially with the Tatum project, to coordinate public improvements for open spaces, access, and other neighborhood best planning practices with respect to the Tatum site as well. So we're excited for this opportunity, and again request that you rezone both the Tatum and Baylord sites as part of your recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tomasello. And now we have Ted Mullen. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your last name right. I can't read the last one.
It's a tough one. Yeah, so my name is Ted Meem, and I'm an owner of the Glenaney Golf Course. First off, I wanted to thank county staff and commissioners for all their hard work in this matter. Last week, we were invited to present our plan to the supervisors in a meeting, and we were represented by my colleague, Gelleray Macon, who I think described pretty in good detail for only 10 minutes, but in detail our plan. I thought it might make sense for me as an owner to reiterate some of our commitments. So first, we're committed to a 7.7 acre land dedication or donation in a partnership to provide 231 to 308 low-income and moderate-income housing. We're committed to providing for sale affordable housing with the Habitat for Humanity. We're working with the Chamber of Commerce on providing workforce housing, and we were identified as their pilot program. We're committed to providing public open space, trails, parks, and a community center and pool. We're committed to building and dedicating a child care center. In addition to our LOI with the county, we're continuing to finalize our MOUs with community partners, including the Santa Barbara Unified School District, Habitat for Humanity, and LEAP for our child care center. We have already signed an LOI with the Chamber and have worked with CRATEC in preparation of the recommended updates to the county PRT maps. Those maps reflect our intent for open space, trails, parks, and other recreational amenities. We're committed to developing a special community, and we feel it's imperative to give back more than the minimum. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions.
Mr. Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Meem. You're abutted by the city of Goleta, correct? I mean, your intersection at Cathedral Oaks and Stork is in the city of Goleta, and so have you had any coordinating efforts with them about any frontage improvements or infrastructure that you anticipate needed for this?
So we've engaged, and we discussed this at our last meeting. We've had about 50 meetings with various stakeholders, including representatives of the city of Goleta. We've hired a local traffic engineer, and at that meeting we had a board with some of the, and we've done new traffic counts as well, and we're working on plans for improvements. It's not finalized, we're working through that process.
I don't want to get into deliberations, but the reason I ask is this is like the one thing that we hear in public comment is people are freaking out about the amount of cars that are going to be generated. And in the old days, you know, we would say, okay, well, you have some sort of an impact under CEQA and you would have to mitigate it by putting in a roundabout or a new lane or do something, right? And so I guess what I heard you say is you're sort of moving in that direction, including working with the city of Goleta and the county for the historic frontage, right?
Yeah, so again, we recognize there were a lot of comments. I think a lot of the comments, a lot of the peak times happen to be around the time that the children are going to the high school. But there's other concerns. And so, yes, we've met with, we're meeting, and there's a lot more meetings to do, but we've met with City of Goleta, and we've hired a traffic engineer to help us with that process.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Seeing no other questions, let's go to those who are on Zoom. Sophia Lobos.
All right, then we also have Laurel Perez, Santa Barbara. So let's start. Our first speaker will be Greg Wrights.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. Thank you for taking my comments over Zoom. My name is Greg Wrights. I'm with Rethink Development, and I'm working in partnership with the Montessori Center School on the Montessori Center School's site, known as the Montessori site. The primary reason that Montessori Center School has pursued this project is because they are in need of a permanent home. And this will be the way that they're able to afford to have a permanent home for their school. They're currently outgrowing the leased property that they have, and the money from the development or the sale of the property will help them find a permanent home and expand access to childcare, which is something that's greatly needed on the South Coast. The site itself is among the best on the list. It's listed on 4 of the possible 5 alternatives. And the reason for that is because it has one of the lowest impacts of any of the sites that are under consideration. It has great walkability. It's next to the San Marcos site and the Tatum site, so it's great walkability to shopping centers, Vons and Ralph's. It is possibly the best for biking because of its connectivity to trails, and then it's right on the best bus route possible along Hollister, the 6 and the 11. So for those reasons, it really has the lowest impact, and I think it stands on its own as a great alternative for the rezone. Beyond that, the project has also made commitments, and we've submitted an LOI committing to participating in the South Coast Chamber's preference for local employment and workforce housing. And then a commitment to more than the 20% low income that we have in our builder's remedy application, and to move that to 25%, and to address an unmet need and a commitment that I don't know that any of the other projects have made, which is to deed restrict units at the moderate income level. So, and the goal there would be 5% low income, 15% moderate, and 5% above moderate. We haven't committed to those numbers exactly because we don't know if we're going to need any incentives from state bonus density law, because we don't know what the zoning is yet. But should it go forward as we expect, that would be our expectation, that that would be the split of the units. I heard it noted some concern about this being different than other sites.
Mr. Reeves, I'm gonna have the 3 minutes have expired, so I'm gonna have to cut you off right there.
I'm sorry, sir. There was not a timer on my screen. Could I just wrap up really quickly?
I'll give you 5 seconds. How's that? Can you do that?
Great. I think 10 seconds, but I'll do my best. We have committed to rescinding our builder's remedy application. We understand that the county would not get credit for any of the units under our builder's remedy application. So we would go from 0 to 115 affordable units towards your arena numbers. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Cindy Marcoud.
Marcus. Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm here
Okay,
wait.
Let's start with you saying your full name for the record.
It's okay. Cindy Marcus, Marcus, no D.
Okay. It's all yours.
Okay. Okay. I'm speaking in opposition of the rezoning of the Baylord Avenue property. The reason is this site is currently zoned for 3 houses per acre, and there is currently an organic farm on it, so there's no issues with pesticides or noise or anything like that. The Baylord property has 280 units, 2-bedroom units. There is a parking problem already without any more units there. And the Baylord units have 2 parking spaces per unit. And so even with the number of spaces that this new development is supposed to have, it's not going to be enough. And people park on the street. There is no place to park on the street when you go there. If somebody wants to visit, they park in the fire alley and we have to have them towed. It is a danger because there is only one exit. Although they said, oh, it was planned for housing, there are no streets that go through. The only street that goes to that area is Baylord. All the streets in Casitas Village end up on Baylord. So no matter what you do, if anybody wants to get out of there, they have to go to Baylord to get out. So during the Thomas fire, it was a real problem evacuating people. It's just a real safety issue. And the developers have said, oh, well, if you don't let us come, they want to come through the Casitas Village property in the back alley. That property is adjacent to the back alley. The back alley is the way people get to their garages. And that doesn't provide another exit. That goes to Baylord also. So I don't see how that would help them. There really is no other exit out of there. Converting an organic farm, which produces food for the local community, is not a good idea, because during the Thomas fire, there was no food in Carpinteria. Nobody could get in and out of there. So there needs to be food produced in Carpinteria. And that property has been doing it for many years. And so that's another reason why it should not be rezoned. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any additional hands on Zoom, so let's go to Santa Barbara. Laurel Perez. Laurel, just come to the podium if you can.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I am Laurel Perez with SEPS Land Use Consulting, representing the Caird family and the Chadmar Group, the home builders for this project. Last week, we presented our project concept to the Board of Supervisors and listened carefully to the board's comments. We have revised our project in response and submitted our letter of intent, including these changes. The Caird property involves approximately 60 acres of buildable land area, and the plan contains approximately 1,200 homes in the form of 2-, 3-, and 4-story townhomes with 2-story single-family homes adjacent to the existing single-family neighborhood to the east. Our project has always been designed to bring a diversity of housing to local employees, and in response to the board's comments, we have increased the affordable component to a total of 40% affordable and below market rate homes. 25% of the homes would be provided in partnership with People's Self-Help Housing, serving very low, and moderate level affordable housing, a portion of which will be for sale. An additional 15% would be provided in partnership with local major employers who will purchase homes for employer-subsidized for-sale homes to their employees at upper moderate workforce levels. These homes will be maintained at affordable levels in perpetuity. In addition to the 40% at varying ranges of affordability, we have been approached by several other employers interested in purchasing smaller numbers of homes as employer-subsidized homes to help retain and attract employees. The project would participate in a local preference program for the balance of the for-sale homes. Importantly, the project includes an 11-acre public park in addition to new public trail connections to the Atascadero Creek Trail and Bikeway network. The project includes ample community amenities, including swimming pools, gym facilities, club rooms, picnic and gathering spaces, and in compliance with the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan policies, the project retains approximately 20 acres of the existing Caird nursery in production on the coastal zone portion of the property. The Caird nursery operation is not an in-the-ground agricultural operation and is housed in greenhouses on asphalt and concrete surfaces. The 50 to 70-year-old greenhouses could be replaced elsewhere in state-of-the-art structures on approximately half the land area. Finally, the property has public water supply that meets 100% of the project water demand. It is not located in the high fire hazard areas, and it is located within walking distance to thousands of jobs. We are not a builder's remedy project. We will go through the public review process, allowing decision makers to condition the project as appropriate. We understand the concern about enforceability of these proposals, and we are willing to discuss a development agreement or other means for ensuring our proposal is realized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. No further speakers. So, commissioners, any comments right now?
We're moving faster than I thought we were going to.
Mr. Bradley? Commissioner Bradley, you get...
I'm just moving quite quickly, although continuing the same pattern, right? Are we asking staff? Do you want to ask staff for any comments on any of that, or just go into discussion?
I'm willing to at least entertain a little bit.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think it would be appropriate for the commission to share some of their reflections about maybe what you've heard today, or some general comments about the process that we'll be going through on Monday. But I am concerned about getting too deep into discussions about the South County sites, because most people in the public anticipate that that is primarily going to happen on Monday the 1st. So I think general comments and any reflections you might want to make to the public speakers that you heard from today would be appropriate.
With that direction, Commissioner Bradley?
Well, like Commissioner Reed, I spent a lot of time talking to applicants and members of the public leading up to today's hearing, and so I had the benefit of looking at some of these plans with more detail, and I'm actually quite pleased with a lot of these cases. I know there are others out there that I'm maybe more pleased with, so I would put the Caird property at the top of the pile, for all the reasons that Ms. Perez just outlined, and because I have had very little negative feedback from the public about that, between the public recreation space, the retention of ag, the mix of affordable, the commitment to employee housing. It really is meeting a lot of the policy directives. And then I'm also very charmed with the San Marcos Growers site, because it's a really good infill project, and it's the whole walkability of that whole nugget of places is great. The thing that I struggle with is a lot of Eastern Goleta Valley, which was all developed in, the 50s, 60s, and 70s, is a very low density thing. And so to put all of these cases, and we've only heard from, 5 of them today, but to put all of them in this one area is probably a little bit too much for me to support. So I am anxious to hear from the rest of them. However, right now, I think, we've got a good selection of everybody that we've heard from to do our tool exercise.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I do want to offer that we could put up the interactive map, and we could just walk through the sites if the commission is interested in that today, or we can do that on Monday, but I'll leave that up to you, if you would like to look at them.
That might be good use of the time now. Just go through everything that's on there, as long as we're all used to looking at it. That's a great idea, without deliberation on them. Just get familiar.
Yep.
That's great.
Commissioner Cooney, you've been waiting there patiently. You look
Thanks.
like
I'm just time planning too. I think we've gained a lot of ground today. We're probably going to have to refresh our information about the South County sites on Monday in any event. So it would be my preference to wait till then. If we've covered everything in the North County for today, and I'd ask staff, is there anything else we could do to help them besides going to the remaining South County sites?
Commissioner Reed?
Okay, I'd just like to say I really appreciate and value the commitments many of these developers and owners have made toward providing walking and hiking trails, the ability to walk to schools, to shopping, and to jobs, and their commitment to providing parks and open space, not just manicured parklands, but retention of open areas in essentially a native state. So really appreciative of that, and think that's a valuable addition to any project, particularly those we're hearing about today.
Commissioner Bradley?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Commissioner Cooney that we don't necessarily need to go through the sites this afternoon. We'll have plenty of opportunity on Monday, and I think I'd like to hear from Commissioner Bradley on Monday, much like I heard from Commissioner Reed today, what your whole package is in mind. And But I'd like to make a couple of general comments. We're invited to do that. And then ask staff some questions that you might not be able to answer today, but I'd be interested to hear them. So that's why I wanted to ask them today. One comment of mine is that I have a criteria in mind that I didn't see on the board list, but I think it was implicit, and that we share the burden across our districts, okay? And why would we do that? We do that as fairness, so that there's not a burden of tremendous housing additions all in one district, but also that all the districts need additional housing. Look at it a more positive way. And so I will tell you that when I look at this, I want to look at dispersing this housing across as many districts as possible. I had some dark thoughts on Sunday morning as I was feeding my animals in the dark. Yeah, that's when. And wondering how cold it was going to be. But I thought, this is a very arcane, labyrinthine process. And I wondered to myself, what's it achieving? Because part of me wanted to say, let's just go tell HCD we're going to start over again. And HCD will say, well, we'll withdraw approval of your housing element and you'll be stuck with the builder's remedy. And I thought, you know what? I'm not sure the builder's remedy is any worse than what we're doing right now, because it struck me that we were not getting things that I thought were really, really important. And I'll tell you what those things are. I'm very interested in providing housing for young people with families so they stay here. I don't want to live in a hollowed out county where I'm 90 years old and there's a few 18-year-olds left that are changing bedpans for us and nobody else lives here, okay? And that's the path we're going down if we don't provide moderate income housing. So I want to see moderate income housing. Why am I stressing moderate income instead of low income? Low income housing gets all sorts of subsidies, and they're worth it. They deserve it. They get subsidies, they get density bonuses and all that. Moderate income housing gets next to nothing. I don't actually know of any funding subsidies. There's very little in the way of density bonuses and whatnot. And when I look at moderate income housing and what people that need that, what else they need recreation. Everybody needs recreation. If we're going to add all these people that are living in these places, especially low-income people that always get the short end of the stick on recreation, they need recreation. And we need child care. Anybody who has a child right now looks at the average cost of around $3,000 a month and says, how do we handle this? Oh, and then I have to drive 20 minutes to a child care facility. So that's why I'm so interested in sites that have child care on site. I think it'll make big differences. And I'm frankly disappointed. I'm not talking about any particular project, but overall, I'm disappointed I'm not seeing more moderate income housing. And I'm disappointed I'm not seeing more recreation. And I'm disappointed that we're not seeing more facilities for child care. I am buoyed by the way, though, that we've seen several proposals that have come through in these letters of intent, and even just today, that are boosting that moderate income housing. And we've seen several proposals that are boosting meaningful recreation. So I think we're going in the right direction. Let me get to my questions, okay? We went to a great deal of effort with P&D staff to prepare a presentation on the recreational master plan that we presented on August 30th. And I'm giving you that date because you can go back to that date and see the PowerPoint presentation that was made. And it showed some really strong incentives for people with projects of all sorts, including these housing projects, to get involved in recreation, and you'd get a lot for it. And I'd encourage you to all go look at it over the weekend and see if there's anything you'd want to add. There's a question that I see regarding some of the recreation pieces of these projects. I'm not sure it has to be answered now. I'll see a reference to public open space. That's very, very positive. Is that public open space going to be owned by the developer or a homeowners association and administered by them and maintained by them? Or are they going to deed it to the county as a park? And that's referred to, by the way, in the rec master plan workshop we did. And that could give you tremendous credits, $1 for $1 credits against the park fees you'll have to pay. I don't know if that has to be decided right now, so that's a question to staff. Does it have to be decided? I would hate to have a rezone and then have one of these developers say, I think in looking and balancing all these things into the rec master plan, I'd like to deed this park, this open space piece over to parks, and then have us say, oh, that's a whole new lot split, needs more rezones to rec and all those kinds of things. And I don't know if there's an answer from staff right now. I want your best answer, and if you need to think about it till Monday, let's think about it till Monday. My other question for you is, I've been speaking a long time, and so have others, about the need for moderate income housing. That's for our teachers, our police, our firefighters, our nurses, our nonprofit workers. Is there a rule of thumb by which we can judge how much we need? So, for example, if there are going to be 1,000 new residents in some place on Eastern Goleta, what demand is generated for those public service workers? It's something we ought to be talking about, because we have a goal for moderate income housing. Well, how much do we need and why? I mean, obviously it's in the balancing act, so somebody must have come up with the numbers somehow. And I think they came up through RENA numbers through the state. But I'd like to look at it just as a functional point of view at kind of what are we looking for our society. So I don't know if somebody has that. Maybe a smart 12-year-old would find it on the internet in 30 seconds. But let's see if we can find that. So those are my comments for now.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, what I would like to say about the question about parks being held by the county park or private developers, I would like the developers to express their preference when we talk on Monday, because that will give us a clearer picture of what they're envisioning. And it'll also give a heads up to the Parks Department. So we have engaged them to some degree, but to engage them further in that process. But I think it'd be good to know.
But I'd also like to know, do they have to know by then? I mean, it's nice, but
Yeah.
it's complicated.
Right.
I can tell you our heads have been in it, but I'm not sure they have to know.
I would agree with that. They don't have to, it doesn't have to be decided with this process. But I think it would be good for us to know what inkling they've got. Like, is that what they favor? And then we can start working through that.
I'll tell you, as a personal experience, as I've spoken to some of the developers, they're very receptive, open-minded. They're not necessarily on top of where we were going with the rec master plan. It's just a lot to consider with everything else they've had to consider. So I think there's some education, some mulling over things that's going to happen. There you go.
Commissioner Cooney.
Oh, sorry. As I said a few minutes ago, I think we've accomplished a lot, and we should wrap up with a thank you to our staff, and especially to Ms. Plowman, who is leading us in the right direction, and her senior staff, many of whom spoke today, but also some I haven't heard from in the past who gave excellent presentations. So I think we've got some lifting to do in some of these areas, but I'm optimistic we can get there on Monday.
All right, so then why don't we do this? Then we'll look forward to the staff starting our next meeting on Monday with exactly what we were going to get into, which is identifying all the sites, going over those things with it, and then looking forward to the commissioners with the districts that are being affected to taking the lead in regards to identifying those sites. And yeah, a lot of important things to decide here.
And we're going to have more public comment opportunity, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. After staff, then we'll have public comment and do the same thing as here. I think we kind of set a little model here, at least a pretty good model of what to do, and it's worked so far in regards to things. And appreciate everybody's comments regarding things.
Mr. Chair, just, I think it'd be helpful to just take a motion to continue it to April 1st. I know we've been anticipating we set that special hearing, but since we still have work to do, we might as well just make a motion and get a vote to continue to April 1st at 9 a.m. in Santa Barbara.
I'll make that motion to continue this hearing to April 1st. And one reason I wanted to make the motion is I wanted to get on the microphone again and say this was a very well-run hearing today. This was really excellent. We made a lot of progress. This is actually probably the best housing hearing I've seen yet, including Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. So that's everybody's responsibility, and to everybody's credit. Thank you.
I'll second that.
And Commissioner Reed?
Second in both directions.
Second in both directions. I approached this meeting with some concern about how it would be organized and how it would function, but I think we were skillfully led by staff and the director and wound up in a good place.
Yes, and I look forward to getting this thing done, and we'll adjourn. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, well, I thought with all this